When you go to ring council members, put the upstanding for the mayoral party.
Good afternoon, colleagues. I remind members to switch off their mobile phones, please. Before we move on, I have agreed to accept an urgent motion from the leader of the council in accordance with the council procedure rules. Due to the significance and sensitivity related to this emergency motion, I will immediately first agenda item on the received by members of interested matters under members declaring an interest, please identify themselves and their particular interest clearly. Are there any significant thank you. Have any seconded?
Second.
All in favour? The next item on the agenda is advance of the meeting. Apologies have been going. Also being informed
Panels of leadership
further apologies. Now take the urgent motion, copies of which have been circulated and are also available in the chamber. Would you please move a motion?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Following a with the local in Wakefield and Wakefield. Written to the Home Office. See what can be done. Often. Big good not. I'm from called out and by the council identified policies that councils who have done so largely failed. Not some areas where that will be on. In the meantime, a top group of being convened. Motion. council knows that the asylum seekers torture and chaotic work, global issues, experience within that we should support human life free from recognise that taxes government guarantee any conflict right not sufficient. So this council resolved work with our MPs of this government would have abject failure and explore all available avenues to challenge any future Home Office decision if the number of unsupported families recognized and the Labour plan there to be a requirement in law council to be consulted for Home Office before they open or Indian Home and a meeting with the Home of Ministers our complaints about funding, education and capacity to address
Wish to form speak now, or is there later?
I'll speak now. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I rise to second the motion set out by the leader on what is an important and urgent subject. As a city of sanctuary, we have a proud history of supporting refugees, those fleeing war or persecution. In recent times, we've had political refugees from Hong Kong, Afghan veterans who serve in our forces, or Ukrainian nationals seeking shelter from Russia's war of aggression, as well as many others. We must never shy away from our obligations under international law and our moral responsibilities as a democratic nation. Wakefield is a district that proudly plays its part in supporting this. There is, however, a problem that cannot be laid at the door of the vulnerable people seeking refuge. Over the past decade, the Conservative government has displayed a staggering incompetence in its handling of our asylum system. According to the University of Oxford Migration Observatory, since 2014, the percentage of asylum applications receiving an initial decision within 6 months has fallen from 87% to a mere 10% by the end of 2022. That's 9 out of 10 asylum seekers now waiting more than 6 months to find out their fate. In fact, on average, it now takes 20 months for them to receive an initial decision. Almost 2 years, and in the meantime, asylum seekers are often prohibited from working and have no choice but to be reliant on the state. They have to be housed and supported. But again, the government has failed to adequately construct and provide for sufficient accommodation for those waiting for a decision. So what's the government's solution to the growing backlog that it's presided over? It's to blanket book hotels and communities up and down the country, to use military bases, detention centres, to house asylum seekers while they wait a decision. These aren't proper places to house people, sometimes families, for months and years at a time. Neither is it efficient for the country's finances, with the national cost of this policy failure estimated at 5.6 million a day in hotel fees. Asylum has always been an area of national policy and local authorities have had little say. This is undoubtedly a balancing act, and we must always opt to protect the rights of the vulnerable. But we cannot stay silent when a national policy failure has had such an impact on our district, when our own concerns as local government are ridden over roughshod by the Home Office, putting pressure on services, when decisions are made without local people having a say. The demands of this motion as set out by the leader are reasonable. Local authorities should be consulted meaningfully before decisions are taken. Ministers should have regard for financing capacity in the areas to be used in this manner. It's in the interest of the asylum seekers themselves and all our communities that this matter is addressed urgently. And I hope all members of the Council will support this motion to present a united front to the government. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Does any member wish to speak on the motion? May I remind members that speeches must be directed to the question under discussion or to a personal explanation or a point of order. Councillor Sorry about that. Councillor
Councillor Jeffries, thank you. You said as most of you are aware. Unfortunately, I didn't know this motion was forthcoming. I've got some information on this that I've seen on the press, but I'm not fully aware. Could you advise which hotels he's speaking about? How many asylum seekers they were already housing? What their capacity is? And how many more asylum seekers the government wish for us to take on? And again, what are the sort of cost implications to us as a council, and what effect will that have? I'm sorry if I was aware of this, I would have sort of picked up and done a bit more research. I'd be grateful if you can assist with that.
Shall we continue with the debate?
Apparently, I'm not allowed to give the figures. I've been advised that I cannot give the figures. But the implications for our authority is that unsupported asylum seekers coming into our hotels without any support, anyone talking to them, any money for them. I understand the mobile phones taken away from them. There is nothing for them to do, and that's why people are concerned that they're just being here without any support, any health checks, anything. It's a total disaster for this area. And for the asylum seekers themselves, because if they've come with medical issues, you know, how's they going to get medical attention, or how are we going to support them through our services? We have enough problems now trying to sort our own issues out. So it is difficult, but I'm not allowed to give the figures, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Keith.
Thank you, this affair is a typically party political measure, in my view. If the next election goes as per the polls, it will act as part of the scorched earth policy that will leave the new Labour government with as many problems as possible. Should they win, God forbid, they will then look for longer a local Labour authority with a problem with no funding to achieve anything, hoping to turn Wakefield into a red wall seat again. This government's decisions are shabby, they are sly, and they exploit the vulnerable. I will be supporting the motion.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I sympathise with the leader's position in that what you're doing really is you've come in here and asked us to vote on how long a bit of string is and we're not allowed to look at it. That's basically what's going on. But I understand it's not your fault, and I will be supporting it.
In relation to the motion, I've got an email here which makes part of the motion factually inaccurate, which says here that there's been no consultation whatsoever with the council, but there's an email here on the 31st of May sent at 9:36 from a council officer saying that you may recall back in March we were approached by the Home Office consulting us on the proposal to stand up Hotel St Pierre as contingency hotel for asylum seekers. At that time, the council and our partners concerned issues were fed back to the Home Office and so on and so forth. So you knew on the 31st of May, and that was your time to address those issues. So it's nice coming to the council and saying that who is the advisory person that's given the advice, that which legal advice is it? Is it from the Home Office or is it someone internal? We need to know the numbers of asylum seekers the council has. How can Wakefield people know? Is it 10 extra asylum seekers? What percentage is it? What exists in place? And you can laugh about it, but you know, there's seriousness there which you need to address here. Who's the advice being given by? You say, and this motion itself, there's no point in criticising the matter. No government, including the Labour government, during its tenure as asylum seekers, you've raised issues, and you have to admit, when something's gone wrong in the system, it has gone wrong. And that, the way I look at it is, this gone wrong by successive Conservative governments, Councillor Henry, and that's what you should have stood up and said, is that successive governments Labour and Conservatives have not got their asylum policy right. You sit there smugly and laugh about it, but that's the reality of the matter. Successive governments have got that wrong. And that's the reason why the Conservatives inherited the mess that you lot left and probably made it worse. So the reality is that the Conservatives is either saying there's two things here in this motion, or we're a city of sanctuary, but we're not making you welcome, or we are making you welcome. Which one is it? So the reality remains there's a number of people that seek refuge and asylum in this country for a number of reasons. And that has been going on historically for a number of years. Second World War, Ukrainian, Afghan refugees, and Wakefield has been, and England has been a hospitable place for those people. But I believe that in effect, despite the fact that you've made the motion slightly politicised, I think it is an issue that residents in Wakefield need to know when these changes happen. And that consultation, if it hasn't happened with the council, should happen. The council should be informed that there's so many asylum seekers or refugees or will be coming into the hotels in Wakefield. They will go into these areas, these are the hotels, and then that should be disseminated out to local councillors, whatever party they are, and the consequences of that looked at. We can't have a play. If that email is correct, you were told, but I'm assuming that that hasn't happened. So in that case, people in Wakefield, councillors here in this chamber need to know how many people are coming in, what the consequences of the system, on the services in Wakefield are, and then we need to have some form of say. So I actually do agree with most of the motion, despite the fact there has been some politicking going on there. And I think all governments need to hold themselves accountable for lack of action.
Thank you, Mayor. Madam Mayor, I stand here in this council and confirm that these two hotels do situate in my ward. I was out on Saturday 17th of June in Umila speaking to residents living directly opposite to the hotel in question, which has been recently become a hotel housing asylum seeker entering the UK. And as Councillor Ahmed mentioned, pointed out, you guys know about it since March. I received several comments from residents living nearby, opposite from the hotel, including worries from the previous time this happened during the pandemic to female residents, being concerned due to all of the asylum seekers being male, to residents who were not concerned with the use of the hotel, assuming the asylum seeker would all act respectfully in the local area. I have listed some of the comments from residents below. Number one, feeling like they are being watched constantly due to people sitting outside the front of the hotel and drinking. Number two, female residents feeling unsafe walking around due to the asylum seeker all being young males. Number three, residents remember the previous time asylum seekers occupied the hotel, but the private security company did not provide enough to prevent rowdy behavior, leading to noise complaints and police being called out on numerous occasions. Number four, Wakefield has had their fair share of asylum seekers with a number of local hotels being used already. There was, however, one main comment echoed by all residents whom I spoke to, which was they were upset about the complete lack of communication from this council. Other than the rumours they have heard previous week, they know nothing about it, and I know nothing. A few years back, I questioned this council. I talked to the portfolio holder and said, look, I need to know who is standing in that bus stop opposite that bus station of my ward. Who are the people? But I was told, no, you're not supposed to know. As an elected member, I was denied access to all that information. How do the residents have any chance of such? So, okay, I complete my, for Councillor Sharp to come in, okay. So, the problem now is what we're going to do instead of do the dog whistle motion like the leader of the council have done. I have wrote to you a few days back with a very detailed case of the residents affected. What I got is 2 liners from you and nothing else followed. So ever since our area started hosting migrants at the hotel 3 years ago, Parish councils have never been given the courtesy of being informed either. And this was confirmed this morning from the Parish Council in concern as well. They have never ever been told once at all, never mind consulted for the last 3 years. This is what this council has done. So, So the Labour Council has never raised any objection before, but now we clearly want to try to score some political points. And I know this is what exactly at the back of my mind. The truth is their party, your party, have always been soft on immigration and legal immigration. They never had a plan to do anything about it. And you oppose the government to one proposal, you are opposing, you voted 33 times against any attempt to stop the boats. So with Simon Lightwood MP also voting against the illegal migration bill just very recently. But there is some good news I want to bring to this council today. Mark Eastwood MP, although now not yet our MP yet, but soon to be in the next general election, he met the Minister, Robert Jenrick, this afternoon actually, and he's relayed the message back to the Conservative Council and also residents as well. And there is a meeting tomorrow at Crickleston Institute to actually talk about the content of his meeting with the Minister. So, colleagues, we will probably go along with this motion because we want to do the best for our residents, but we do not want to play this political game in this chamber. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Like everybody else, I wasn't aware of this motion until this morning, so I'm not really prepared. But I'd just like to remind everybody, this is human beings we're talking about.
Yes!
You know, I would agree with my friend down there that it's the fault of successive governments over many, many years that we've reached this point. I'd also agree that it's the current Conservative government that has made it much, much worse. Housing anybody in a hotel, whether it be an asylum seeker or a homeless person, isn't acceptable. It's not a suitable place. We need to do better. So I'll be supporting this motion, and I hope that whoever wins the next election, they start to think outside of the box when it comes to asylum, instead of going along with what's always been done. For example, why do they have to set foot in this country first to claim asylum? Why can't they claim asylum in the first safe country to get to? That would stop them all coming over on boats. If they could get to a safe country and say, well, I've got family connections in Great Britain, I would like to claim asylum in Great Britain, it cuts it all out, doesn't it? So we've got to start thinking outside of the box when it comes to this. We can't just go along with what we've always done, because it's clearly not working. Yeah? But the point I want to make is, please remember, these are human beings. Thank you.
Councillor Akbar, I'm aware that you've already made a comment, a question. I'm going to allow you to make a comment.
Thank you, yeah, I just wanted to make a comment. I see Wakefield as a place that's been very welcoming to refugees, asylum seekers, as many of us, plenty of people, including myself, who have done work with asylum seekers in this city, and I feel like we've always had a fair balance. However, on this motion, I'm in a difficult position because I don't have all the information. Councillor Harvey's just now said 2 hotels in my ward. I don't even know what the figures are, what's going on. I appreciate Councillor Jeffries, you've been probably legally advised that you can't speak about the figures, etc. But I just can't understand why, because if I was to make a freedom of information request asking how many asylum seekers are housed in Wakefield, that information would have to be disclosed. I understand the spirit of it, and I do somewhat agree with the majority of the motion, but without the relevant information, I'm not going to be able to vote on it. I'm not against it, but I can't with the right conscience blindly follow the motion and vote for it. So on that note, I'm going to have to abstain from this motion. Thank you.
Councillor
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Just a few things. This motion wants us
tell you about it, and they tell you to keep quiet and don't tell anyone, you must not share any information, and they silence you. So I totally understand the frustration of residents and the council in this chamber when you can't actually get the truth out there. It is all done behind the scenes, and that might be for good reason, but it's extremely frustrating. It's not a consultation. If every single local authority said no, absolutely not, they still do it every single time. I mean, in terms of the numbers, it's public information. If you look out there, you can see that in Cedar Court, 148 are there currently. They'll open that to 306, so it's more than doubling. I don't know the figures for every single hotel, you know, I'm not a mastermind of asylum seekers figures, but that's the thing for me. We can't sit here and pretend, you know, I want to help people, and I'm so proud of the things we do as a district and as a country to help those who are genuinely seeking asylum, because I'll say it, because no one else is going to. There are people who take the mick. There's people who are in those hotels pretending to be 16, you know, with a full beard and they're clearly in the 30s. It's happening. Some are taking the mick, and this government hasn't got the processes in place, the proper, robust policy to deal with that, and that's why it's getting into the situation it's in. It is having a massive impact on services, it is having a massive impact on residents, and we can't deny that. But don't sit there and say, we voted down to stop the votes, Councillor Harvey. Your government's in power, you've got a majority. You said you were going to sort this out, and you're doing absolutely nothing. Get it done.
Councillor Graham,
I'm
please, thank you, but in future, please stick to the comments on the motion and don't walk, please. Thank you. Councillor Rowley. Sorry. I'm taking the point of order.
I just want to know what the difference is between, obviously, me and Councillor Graham speaking and Councillor Harvey that was able to go on a rant the way that she did. Just one clarification on that, please.
You are all treated fairly and equally in this council chamber by myself and the legal team at the side of me. I do not take sides. I treat everybody equal and fairly. There is no difference between yourself, Councillor Graham or Councillor Harvey. I have not taken sides. Councillor Harvey, you stated had been on a 15-minute rant. She'd actually been on for 4 minutes and 10 seconds, not 15 minutes. I treat everybody equal. Thank you. Councillor Rowley.
Can I say that I find this debate really sad and unnecessary, really, only the government would get their act together. I think, first of all, the local authority did have responsibility for asylum seekers. We had a really good, efficient system within this authority. We were referred a number of asylum seekers. We had officers that dealt with them. We received additional money to help through schools and health, and the system worked really well. Asylum seekers in the main didn't stay in Wakefield. The process was that they were housed until they were actually assessed as refugees or would get refugee status, and then they moved across the whole of the country. What's happened in recent years is that, first of all, this government decided that instead of local authorities dealing with it would be outsourced, as so much is. So first of all, it was outsourced to G4S, and now more recently it's outsourced to MEAS. And they have the job of finding the accommodation. What's actually happened is, if you look across the country, the number of asylum seekers going to Labour-controlled councils is incredibly disproportionate to all the other authorities that have Conservative leaders and are refusing to have anything to do with it, and the government are adhering to it. They're biased in favour of Labour-controlled councils. What's actually happened is that the whole system is not working properly because those civil servants have been removed from doing the assessments. The assessments are piling up, so MEAS can't cope with all the people that have had. They have a place here in Wakefield, and I've never heard anybody complaining about it, and it's been situated in North Ward. I haven't heard the North Ward councillors indicating any concern because it's all gone really well as far as I'm concerned. So now what we have is we've got more hotels being used because Urban House is so full, and now we don't want it in our backyard. We're not bothered if it's in another ward in the district, but now it's going to be a problem in one particular ward. And the main issue seems to be that it's going to be males, and the reason it's going to be males very unfair. As Councillor Rosie said, not in my backyard. Well, okay, both the hotels that have been used are in my backyard, but I think it's very unfair that they should be so close together to be used. I want to ask that if in further discussions, that the district councillors can be involved in all the discussions with them, because I think we did not have enough information to start with. Thank you.
Councillor Cummings.
Thank you. I've only been here 19 years now. Most of what I was going to say has been said, and Olivia says it more eloquently than I do. I know that Olivia has dealt with migration for a number of years within the portfolio that she held. But I just as a point of information, Councillor Ahmed stood up and said that we were consulted in we knew on March the 31st of the particular hotel that he mentioned. Yes, we did. And we made the case then, and it was struck down. And it's only recently, as recently as 2 weeks ago, that the Home Office came in again and said they were going to use that particular hotel. They don't consult with us. They don't consult with us. They actually say, this is what we're going to do, and oh, by the way, and that's what the leader alluded to about the council advice that we actually received, and I think she read it out to you. But, yeah, I mean, Operation Maximise is something that the Conservative government have come up with, which is about something that Michael suggested, and that is doubling up in hotels and in hotel rooms, and that worries me. It worries me tremendously about people having to share rooms and what that might do to those individuals. So it is freely available as Operation Maximise on the internet, and that outlines exactly what the Tory government is going to do.
Thank you. Councillor Tully.
I just think we ought to, moving on, the resolution is paragraph 4 that talks about consultation. All this council seeks is consultation with Home Office, so we can place people in, so necessarily super company, but to place people and do what we've always done in this part of the world, is to look at the people who are fleeing persecution. But the difficulty we've got is, we've got a government now that's so far down the right on, they're not going with it. And that is the difficulty we have, because we end in a situation where if the one local authorities and council or instruction in the past to deal with this situation, all the years ago, for any part of war-torn world that we live in, we need to consult with the people who are held responsible for public affairs in this part of the world. And I think that's all this resolution is asking for. Nobody's sitting here or standing here today and saying, we don't want to do it, we don't want to. It's about us being able to manage it, and the resolution addresses the situation about consultation. Not the two words like saying they're going to A hotel or B hotel and stuff, because that's what's been happening. And all I'm saying is that I don't like this idea sometimes about, and I understand the picture because these people are in hotels, they've got no work, they've got nothing to do, and I worry sometimes about the language that we sometimes use about because they're sat on a wall and the mic is staring at me or the mic wants to do, and it's not safe. There's no case being made in the last few weeks in Wakefield, I don't think, where there's been a case made that somebody's found it unsafe to walk by in these particular hotels because people might do. Just sometimes, for 1 minute, put yourself and walk a mile in their shoes. Just for 1 minute, just for half an hour. Now, I understand there are people that try to come here for all sorts of different reasons. But if ever, in my political lifetime, a government has set out to dehumanise people, this what has. And this is part of it. And by doing what they're doing, it just creates problems. And I don't think there's anybody in this council chamber today who would not welcome trying to help and assist people. What we need as a council, proper consultation, thorough consultation, and if it costs, we need recompense and so because if we don't, the next will be having a situation where we're having to take money out of somewhere else, and the next time you think you're looking after them, but you're not looking after us all. That terminology is last. So let's go behind the resolution. Let's support the resolution, and that's what we're asking for. We're asking that there is proper consultation when we're asking areas like ours and other areas across the country to look after some of these people. And if there were safe roads, and if with proper processing centres, perhaps we wouldn't have the amount of backlog that we've got, that we are looking at. And I think the resolution isn't overly politicised. It says quite clearly, the government of the day, the government that's dealing with it, and I'd be making the same argument to a Labour government if they were in power, if they were asking people to come, no, we aren't any consultation in our local authority. Please support the resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jeffrey, as mover of the motion, you have the right of reply. In exercising your right of reply, may I remind you that no new matter can be introduced.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think we've more or less said it, and thank you, Steve, for summing it up for me. What we're asking for is consultation and help with resources. Of course we want to help. We're a city of sanctuary. We've done so much to help people, but we need the resources and we need the consultation, and we need to help move it forward in a proper way, as it hasn't been done. And I would just say to Councillor Harvey, I'm very concerned that you and your colleagues are going to call a public meeting. I think it's a very dangerous situation. There was a public meeting in another part of the country, and the far right turned up and took over the meeting, and it ended up as a riot. So I would just urge caution. I think it's very foolish to call for a public meeting. I'm not having a public meeting. I think it's very dangerous. There are already the far right people are gathering outside the hotel, and any excuse for racism will happen. And I'm just urging caution on that. But I do hope people will support the resolution.
Councillor Harvey, you've already spoken on the motion. Unless it's a point of order, I can't accept any more comments. Please. What's your point of order, please?
I just want to reply to the council that the meeting actually had to show up.
No, that's not a point of order. That is not a point of order. Councillor Rackbar, you've already spoken, and I've allowed you twice, so I'm not going to allow you again unless it's a point of order. If it's a point of order, that's fine.
I'd just like to correct the record and retract my previous statement, and then I'll support the motion based on the previous work and trust that.
That's not a point of order, Councillor Rackbar.
I just wanted to retract my statement.
You can show me how much you support the motion. Please show all those in favour of the motion. Please show those against the motion. Any abstentions? That is carried. Before I move on to agenda item 4, can I please say to the gentleman, it is really hot in here, and if you need to remove your jackets, please do remove your jackets. I didn't say remove ties, but somebody set a precedent, so we'll allow that today. Agenda item 4 is to deal with such announcements as I may decide to lay before council. I shall state my announcements by wishing everyone Eid Mubarak. Since my acceptance of office a few short weeks ago, these past few weeks have been absolutely amazing and varied. With Councillor Steve Vickers, our Armed Forces champion, I was honoured to commemorate the 80th anniversary of Operation Chastise, more well known as the Gambusters Raid. where 3 Wakefield men, Cyril Anderson, William Hatton and Wilfred Ibbotson, all took part. Of the 133 men participating in the operation, these 3 Wakefield men were the largest number to take part from any area. We have been to numerous awards events celebrating great achievements in the district, presenting honours to NHS long-serving volunteers and an NHS internship programme for young people with learning difficulties, and an annual West Yorkshire Police Awards, and in quite a contrast, a visit to His Majesty's Prison, Wakefield, where the learners were showcasing their creativity through reading, writing and music. And I'd like to say there's more to come on that, so keep your eyes peeled on that one. We were able to witness the commissioning of the latest 2 Yorkshire Air ambulances at Knoxall Estate. I've attended numerous fetes, galas, craft fairs in the glorious sunshine, enjoyed a local production of Candy Girls, which Council really enjoyed, and performance from the West Yorkshire Philharmonic Choir and the Wakefield Music Service Summer Concert. It is always good to meet our counterparts in the mayoral role, and we have attended a number of civic services and parades where I had a chance meeting with Vicky Bird, one of my favourite cricket umpires of all time, and we have also attended a meeting with Ed Anderson, the Lord Lieutenant. My civic parade and service is taking part on Saturday 15th of July. If you have not yet responded to my office, please can you do so? It would be lovely to see everyone there that could attend. I was delighted to open a new financial advisors in Ossett recently. They had been charity fundraising for my chosen charity, which, as you know, is Andy's Man Club, and they surprised me with a £1,000 donation, for which I am really grateful. Finally, and talking of charity fundraising, we are entering a mare's boat in the Dragon Boat Race at Putney's Country Park next week on Saturday 8th of July. Please do support me and my amazing charity. Cash and online donations are very welcome, or come along and support us at the Water's Edge gazebo. That would be great if anybody just wants to pop along, just say hello. And we've got bacon boys and burgers and veggie stuff, so please do come. Councillors Michael Graham and Joe Hepworth are rowing the boat, so you've been training, and I am sure they will appreciate your support, both in your charity and giving and cheering on the day. Many thanks both to Michael and Joe for supporting me in such a strenuous way. Thank you everyone for your support. I've had support from more or less everybody, and honestly I am so grateful, and I know that the charity will be at the end of the year. And that concludes my announcements. No, it doesn't. I've got a bit of a surprise, sorry. I understand it's Neil Warren's last meeting today. He has been a great chief financial officer for the council. He has been a great chief financial officer for the council, and we would like to wish him well in his new future career. Thank you. As no deputations have been received for today's meeting, we will now move on to agenda item 6, which is the leader's report. Once the leader has presented her report, she will receive comments or answer any questions from members on the matters raised in her report. Councillor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It's only 6 weeks really since the election, and we didn't quite chance at the mayor meeting, so I'd like all the newly elected councillors to stand up and let's give them a round of applause. Thank you, everybody. That was a great result all round. And also, I'd just like to thank Neil. Since taking over as Lady Neil, you've been absolutely amazing and supportive to me and to the Cabinet and to this Council, and the work that you've done, making sure that we're not in financial difficulties like some authorities. You've been amazing for us, and I do wish you all the best with WGH. So you're not quite getting away from us. We shall still see a lot of you, but I do wish you all the very best, and thank you for all your help. Just a few things to mention. A week last Friday, we, along with the Mayor and the 5 West Yorkshire authorities, we launched the West Yorkshire Plan. That's the plan setting out what we aim to do over the next few years. We all had a theme, and ours was a happy, healthy place, which seemed a bit more interesting than some of the others. But what it was about culture, and making culture part of our economy, and about building houses for people who really need them, and making sure that we are in a happy neighbourhood. So it's a long-term vision, and it goes up to 2040, but it reflects the powers of funding available through devolution. And on devolution, a number of councils and areas are coming together now for a new devolution deal. And we're asking, as West Yorkshire, we're asking the government for a different way of devolution. We've got plenty of things, but now they're looking at moving further. So we're looking at skills, and we're looking at a funding pot that is just one funding pot rather than having to bid all over the place for different funding. So I think the Devo deal, really, it's called a deeper devolution deal. We are putting forward our bids, and we're asking for funding simplification, employment skills, better transport initiatives, climate emergency and housing. And then the other things that have been happening, we've had tremendous investment coming into Production Park at South Kirby. The council has secured 76 million in partnership with the University of York, North Yorkshire and Production Park and Vodafone, really to invest in the South East. It will bring high quality jobs and attract much more investment. Transport funding, as you know, is a priority for Matthew and the Cabinet, and we've secured 3.5 million, including 2 million from the Active Travel Fund, 2 schemes in Ackworth and Fitzwilliam, and over 700,000 for Network Rail for Castleford train station. And a great bit of news, I'm sorry that Vicky isn't here, but Wakefield has been asked by the Department of Education to be a lead local authority for the Yorkshire and Humberside Expert Partnership to trial schemes for young people, and I do understand there's a substantial amount of funding coming in for that. A few weeks ago, a conference took place in Leeds. Now, some of you will have heard of MIPIM that used to take place in the south of France. For obvious reasons, we never attended. But of course, we were keen to attend when it was in Leeds, in West Yorkshire. And it was really worthwhile as attending. Michael and I went and met a lot of business people who've since been to Wakefield who want to invest in Wakefield, so watch that space on that. And then, if you remember, a couple of months ago we were awarded Levelling Up Partnership, and we wondered how long that would take because apparently timescales were quite lengthy. But it looks like our partnership will start with funding coming in at the end of the year, and that could bring in another 20 million. We're not sure where it was for, whether it was just for Wakefield, but what we're asking is it goes out into Nottingley and the South East. And that this is 2 million is in addition to round 3. So hopefully things will be coming forward with funding. And then just to mention to you, as you know, there was an issue with Featherstone Pool and services that were on site when we sold the land. And mistakes were made. If you remember, I came to council and asked for a report to be done. That is still ongoing. It's taking much longer than I anticipated. And we have lawyers independent lawyers dealing with it. The current position is that the review, all relevant officers of the council have been interviewed and all documents provided. They are now interviewing Equins and Arcadis following receipt of their document, which is now imminent. It's hard to be definite how long that will take, but really it does need to be sped up. A thorough review is more important than a speedy one though, especially as we move away from the Equins partnership, so we can make sure that any lessons are applied to the new arrangements. What I would suggest is that when we get the report, we take this to the audit and governance so that full debate can take place. Obviously we report back here, but I do think members who are on the audit and governance, and I know it's all party, could take part in that, and so we get to the bottom of what may have happened. That's the end of my report.
Thank you. Are there any comments or questions on Councillor Jeffrey's report? Councillor Ahmed.
So based on the Conservative group on record, or Neil and Tad, every time we've asked them a question, the knowledge has been fantastic. I think it's a great loss to the authority that is moving on to our losses, WBH's game. And I think I wanted to say that every time we literally send an email, we get a reply, and they have everything broken down in detail. Sometimes if you ask a verbal reply, you've got the information straight away. That's a fantastic piece of work, and I hope you continue with that. I think a number of things in there. I think the report should come to the council. I understand the Featherstone swimming pool report. I understand that maybe it needs to go to audience and governance, but I think the implications of the council, whatever they are, I know that when Sandra Magna report came to the council and the actions were taken in place, because obviously all this money is taxpayers' money and we hold that on trust, and when things do go wrong, it's important that we, like Councillor Jeffrey has done, we acknowledge those problems, learn from those problems and come out in the open and they're dealt with, so that we don't lose money in the way that we have done previously. And I think that's important, and obviously I can make politics out of it. Mistakes do happen, but we have to put our hands up like we have done and acknowledge those mistakes, and hopefully they don't take place. In terms of devolution, I think the devolution deal that was originally done, I think didn't include a lot of things that people would have done. I think alongside skills, I think it's important that some of the academies and all that, I think there was originally a conversation, I think it was with Leeds Council, when Council Box, former Council Box was here, that the schools' budgets were part of the devolution. I think we missed that opportunity with academisation, where we don't have that input in schools that we can do, especially with new houses coming into areas where we can have the conversations of maybe new primary school, etc. And I think that's also important. As a council, I believe it's important because it's a significant amount of budgets, they make an impact on our communities, and we're part of that process, and I think we've lost that with academies. I'm not going to go into who's to blame for that, but I think it's important that we put that right with the devolution that we've got in there as well. I think that's important. But the last thing I want to make is Adrian Brooks and Production Park. I think a lot of people, if you haven't visited there, suggest that you do. The work that they're doing is putting Wakefield district on the map, and I think hopefully we can see them at the moment in a university. They're looking at university status application. It would be great to see that become a standalone university, accrediting that. It brings so much investment. The people that they're getting in there, I'm not big on music, but they seem to be famous people, and they seem to be getting all sorts of people in there. I think it's important that whatever help we can provide that team down there, we do. And it brings in, I want to see that university in Wakefield, where we bring in investment and young people coming to Wakefield and seeing the things that we can do. We can do some really fantastic work over there. And that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Marshall.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to echo what the leader congratulated about the regional expert partnership. This came about following the send alternative provision improvement plan that was put out by the government, and Wakefield has been, because of the success with SEND, has been selected as the lead authority going forward. So yes, it is brilliant, and it's well worth it. I'll report back when we have more details on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Grainswood.
Thank you. Featherstone's going on. But what, you know, I'm not an expert on land registration, but I reckon I know enough to take a guess about what happened. And I just want to know this. Is anybody going to be in the stocks? And who's providing the right vegetables? Because, you know, somebody needs to really do that. I'll be careful about you, maybe you won't be you for a while.
Councillor Jeffrey, would you like to respond?
Yeah, obviously, I can't say anything about it, but people will be held to account if we find out what has happened. But as soon as we can find out what has happened, we will be reporting forward. We're not covering anything of it.
Thank you, Councillor Jeffrey. Agenda item 7.
Sorry, we'll take it.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor. First of all, I'd like to thank the leader for the promise of some funding for Nottingham. Because of experience, I won't get too excited until he actually says, we've got it, I'm starting work on Monday, and then I'll get excited about it. Other thing I want to come back to, and apologise if I've got this wrong, because I only got the phone call from the constituent last night, and I didn't really understand what she was talking about, so I didn't have a great deal of time to research it. It's to do with this trial for the Wakefield education, and she was telling me it's going to adversely affect children with special needs and provision from them. Can you shed any light on that?
No, I'm sorry, Peter, I can't, but Margaret might know something about it. Children with special needs.
Councillor Jeffrey, maybe as Councillor Isherwood would like to pick that up under her portfolio. If you'd like to email Councillor Isherwood, you can address it that way. That would be the most appropriate way.
Yeah, that's fine, or she can just send me an email later, because like I say, I only got a phone call last night, I've not had a chance to research everything, so I don't really understand what it was.
Yeah, it's a warm issue, so if you'd like to email Councillor Manager, she'll respond accordingly. Okay, thank you, Councillor. Agenda item 7 is to consider Cabinet members' reports. Cabinet members have up to 5 minutes to present their report, and there are further 15 minutes allocated to enable each Cabinet member to respond to any questions or brief comments on matters within their portfolio area.
Just for clarification, before we then start the cabinet report, I haven't got this, but Councillor Cummins' report.
It was dispatched separately.
I haven't got that. Thank you.
Councillor Farmer, we'll take your copy over. Thank you. The first report is from Councillor Hemingway, Deputy Leader and Portfolio Holder of Climate Change and Environment. Councillor Hemingway, would you like to introduce your report to Council?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. In moving my report, I'd like to draw members' attention to a couple of items. Starting with agenda page 5, I was really pleased in the last couple of weeks to launch our new water safety campaign that's been developed by the Wakefield Water District Safety Group. It's all about being water wise, and it was timed with the ground event last week. What we've seen over successive summers are too many people sadly losing their lives by going into open bodies of water, unaware of the risks of cold water shock and of hidden dangers beneath the surface. And only a few weeks ago there was another tragedy in this district. I think we're all agreed that one tragedy is one too many, and we're determined to raise awareness of the risks of going into cold water this summer. So I'd encourage members to please share the campaign. We've all had emails setting out details of it, and happy to share any further information you might need around that. Key messages are don't enter the water. If you see some trouble, call the emergency services. If you find find yourself in trouble, float to live, but we really need to get the messages out there to school children, people of all backgrounds, that open water bodies are dangerous, don't go into them. The second area to highlight in the report is regarding the superb work that's been going on in our parks and green spaces. We've had 1.35 million of capital projects delivered in the last few months alone. Play areas from Normanton, Castle Pontefract, tennis courts at Normanton. It's been absolutely fantastic to see, and officers are taking forward many projects in a really positive way. As ever, happy to discuss projects with members. If you've got something you want to identify in your ward, let us know. And the Parks and Green project is going at a great pace. So I'll leave it there.
Thank you. Are there any questions or brief comments on Councillor Henry's report? Councillor Shah. Oh, sorry. Councillor Shah.
Thanks, Jack. Obviously, I got in touch with you a couple of weeks ago with regards to polluted water in Renford Lagoon. I just want to let you know that I've since been advised that we can't put any signs up with regards to any polluted water. And if I want to put a sign up, I need to go to a working group with Yorkshire Water. I'm not going to a working group with Yorkshire Water. I want to be able to come together and use the council resources to get the signs up as quickly as possible. I've sent you my constituents' details. He's highlighted where the water is black. The pictures are all there. It's all evidence. We just need to get the signs up, because I think saying that the water's polluted will act as more of a deterrent than what we've got already, so that will decrease the chance of loss of life or fatalities. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Shah. Councillor Farmer.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just bringing up green spaces. I think it's nearly 2 years since we attended a meeting with fellow councillors in Ossick Ward and in Spring Mill, and to say nothing's being done would probably be an understatement. So can you give me an update on what exactly you're going to do in Spring Mill? Bearing in mind we had a meeting with the head of the council 2 years ago, and to me nothing's been done. Thank you, Madam.
Councillor Davis.
Yes, Councillor Mate, in your report you've said you're doing tests on electric refuse collection vehicles. Are you in a position to give us an indication of the unit cost of an electric refuse collection vehicle, and with the inevitable downtime for recharging, how many units would you need to maintain the services? Would you need the same number that you've presently got, or would you need more?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It's just a brief comment of praise. It's not actually from me, it's on behalf of the children who are took with me. We visited Pontefract Park, Play Area, and played there twice, and also in my ward, the Queen's Park Play Area twice. And the children much appreciated it. The proof was that they kept moving about, especially at Pontefract Park, from one play equipment to the other. So that shows the enthusiasm there, and it took a long time to try and get away with the baby. So, thank you. On behalf of the children, thank you, to all of us involved.
Councillor Wakefield.
Mine's just another comment of praise as well. Having
be very happy to again come and meet with you on site and look at that and find out which department's responsible, who's maintaining it, what plans may be in place. If there aren't, we can look at that for sure. So I'll commit a commitment to you now, Councillor Farmer, if you'd like to arrange a meeting to discuss that further. Electric vehicle charging points regarding the bins. One of the reasons why we're doing the trial, Councillor, is to make sure that we understand all the implications, what it's going to cost, what the impacts on service delivery is, and if it doesn't deliver, then we won't go down that option. So we are fixed down electric vehicles. That's the whole point of the trial, to get useful data. And if electric vehicles don't work, then we'll be looking for alternatives, different kinds of biofuel, hydrogen, things like that. We are looking at bringing forward, there's been a business case in development to look at the fuels that might be suitable for HGVs, because generally speaking, they do cost more than the petrol alternatives. But we want a pragmatic solution to reduce emissions and still deliver the key service that those vehicles provide. So hopefully I've looked at the questions there.
Thank you, Councillor Hemingway. Next is portfolio holder for children and young people. Councillor Richard, would you please introduce your report to us?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, and introducing the report, I'd like to mention Build Our Futures Summit. These summits are so much part of children's services now, because it gives young people that opportunity to actually talk to us and hold us to account in a way, along with our partners, to make sure that the things they want and they propose we are addressing on their behalf. The Wakefield Imagination Library, I would urge members, where possible, to actually support this. It really is an amazing offer for children across the district. I'll be going to the graduation next Saturday, so I shall certainly report back on that. And I can't not mention foster carers, because to me foster carers are the backbone of the service for children in care. Without them, there's so many children would be so disadvantaged without foster carers available and doing the job that they do. So with that, Madam Mayor, I think conclude my report. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions or brief comments on the report? Councillor Shire.
Thanks, Margaret. I read an email about 6 weeks ago that came out about fostering fees and allowances, and the council were only going to provide 70% of the council tax bill for foster carers. Is that still valid? Has that been omitted on this report? And if it is, why is it only 70%? Why would we not pay 100% of it? What would be the cost of paying 100% of it, please? Thank you.
That is the amount of 70%, and it's been very well received by foster carers, and we really appreciate that we are getting 70%. I'm not sure what the cost would be if it was 100%, which can come down.
Thank you. Councillor Graham.
Just to say, Margaret, I very welcome the fact that we're giving those people 70% discount. That's absolutely amazing. I'm sure it'll make a massive difference in these times.
Councillor Rowland.
Agenda page 22, send children to benefit from new funding. I think we have to, whatever level of funding comes through, the DFE, I think is really important, particularly as it stands today, that send child entering education will overwhelmingly underachieve compared to those that have not been diagnosed. And I think it's really important, particularly if the education system does it right, which we know sometimes it doesn't happen, that the pupils that come into school, they're diagnosed correctly and the correct processes are done, they will out-achieve an average student, because the curriculum can be designed and catered to make sure that that does that. I think it's important, and I'm hoping that more money comes forward for SEND students in general across schools, because the work that schools do is fantastic. I think I'm hoping to see the impact of this work over the next 4 or 5 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. It is very important, and one of the reasons we've got the regional expert partnership lead is because of the work we do with our SEND children. I actually visited Wakefield School this morning. It's an absolutely amazing facility for children with SEND and disabilities. So thank you.
Thank you. disabilities, poverty and health. A copy of the report was circulated to the Council separately. Councillor Cummings, would you please introduce your report to Council?
Yeah, thank you to Matthew. I think Matthew's report was put in twice instead of mine.
I can ask you questions twice.
Is that order?
So what's the question?
Yeah, thank you. I hope you've all got a copy of the report. I just want to mention a couple of things. I just want to thank Councillor Carrington for her dedication to the work of mental health and her raising awareness during Mental Health Week. I know that she attended all of the celebrations during that week, and she's a wonderful advocate for those people suffering mental health issues and those that support people with mental health issues. Also, last week was Learning Disability Week, and there were lots and lots of events went on across the district, and I think, Madam Mayor, you attended the celebration for the Learning Disabilities Champions. Lots of people were commended for that. One particular young lady in question, Christine, who is the chairperson of the Learning Disability Committee, which meets on a regular basis, and I met her on Friday down at the Adbrick Centre, where they had an event down there. An absolutely amazing young lady, taking forward all issues around disability, and a massive thank you to the carers of those people with a learning disability. And I'd just like to say as well, thank you to Neil for all the help and support he's given me over the last however many years it is, and I would like to wish him well in WDH. And with that, I move the report.
Thank you, Councillor Cummings. Are there any questions or brief comments on the report? Councillor Isherwood.
Yeah, I'd just like to comment, Maureen, I'm glad you're looking at the vaping. I have concerns about the number of people that actually being drawn into vaping, so I'm visitors actually paying on it.
Thank you. Councillor Farmer.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Basically, on your report, criminal behaviour. I know I'm sounding like a broken record, but I attended another PAC meeting with Ward colleagues last week or the week before. It's the same PAC meeting we attend month after month after month. It's about CCTV cameras. It's getting to the point where it's absolutely ridiculous. I don't know what the other wards are like, but in my ward, there's crimes being committed and CCTV cameras facing them, and none of them are working. I've been to meetings, my colleagues have been to meetings, we're telling residents that there's going to be an upgrade. I approached it last July and told them an upgrade, and because of problems in my ward, we were at the top of the list. We're blatantly open. You know, nothing's happened. The upgrade, the police are coming to us at the PAC meetings and telling us, or asking what's happening. I keep saying the same old thing, like a broken record. It's going to be sorted, it's going to be sorted. If you just have to tell me now straight, we're not going to do it, and I go to PAC meetings and tell them it's not happening, but it's getting to the point where it's getting absolutely ridiculous. Crimes are being committed. Everybody's laughing at the police because of the CCTV cameras and none of them are working. We had the same problem in Wakefield that was brought up. The press brought it up, I brought it up, everybody brings it up, but nothing's done. Just tell me straight, we're not going to do it. And then I'll have to go back to residents in my ward and tell them they're not doing it, they're not upgrading it, nobody cares. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Maureen, for mentioning it in your report. It's really appreciated. I just want to also acknowledge Mental Health Awareness Week. It was really successful. We spoke to so many people across the district, either by having a general chat with them, providing mental health first aid there and then on the spot, or even suicide intervention, which I'm now trained on, and it's a great privilege to be trained to help people with it. There's so many services which we were signposting people to, and everybody was so grateful what came along to see us. I'm so pleased to be part of the Positive Mental Health Network, and I just want to thank our service providers and the network itself for making the week a big success. And also a special thanks to Tracy Leach and the Near Patel from the Wakefield Public Health team. They made me feel so welcome for our week. It was such an honour to be able to support it.
Thank you, Councillor Rose.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Can I also refer to the item on vaping that's in the report today, Councillor Cummings? It's very welcome to see the actions and initiatives to try and It is a massive, massive problem, And research has shown, and I'm sure you've already seen it, that in later years, and not far off when we're speaking about later years, there is an impact on the health of those children at teenage years and younger, as young as 11 years of age, who are vaping, and the impact is on their health that suffers later on. I think it's a huge issue, and I'm wondering, in terms of the actions that we're taking now, there's posters, there's leaflets, and there's animation that can be shared in classrooms and youth groups online, etc. I wonder if there's further action that we should be taking, because at government level, they're not doing anything about the impact and the availability of vaping and the outcomes in terms of health from our children. And I would really join Maureen through scrutiny if we could get something put together that we would refer to the Secretary of State for Health and push it up to the level that it's got to be seen to. At this point in time, the children coming out of school are actually just getting out the gates and the vapes are out. And it's so sad to see the youth that are now addicted to these, and they are so freely available, and the temptation that's in these premises with the flavours, etc. There's a lot of innocence about it in terms of that it's only the flavour, you know, there's no harm about it, but that's not true. So I would really welcome more if there's something we can work together on to put it further up and even take it to our LP, because we've got to start somewhere. And at the moment, there is an inevitable cost from the NHS through the research has shown on the effects of the health of these young children. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Rhodes. Council Committee, would you like to answer those questions first and then affecting the other members?
Yes, thank you very much. I'm going to leave CCTV till last. Thank you, Margaret. Yeah, the report is around vaping and smoking. We'd like to see no smoking or vaping across our district. People do smoke and do vape. I mean, I'm an ex-smoker. I managed to get it up, and it's the hardest thing, one of the hardest things I've ever done. So we are trying to raise awareness. There is some legislation coming out, which maybe Betty and I can look at, around free samples to 16-year-olds, which that's a gap that needs to be closed. There was a recently published our public health Anna Hartley, the school survey, which I think Margaret you've seen, and it is the vaping question. Have you ever vaped? It was absolutely amazing the amount of young people that have vaped, the colourful things. It's the in thing to do. I was sat having a coffee with Michelle earlier today, and there were 2 or 3 young lads went past in school uniforms vaping, and we actually commented on it. So yeah, I'm happy to work with you on that issue, Betty. Thanks to Jess for a comment on mental health week, and just to say, keep up the good work. And finally, to come back to CCTV in Ossett. No, we're not. I'm not going to say to you we're not going to do it, because we are going to do it. We've had problems with the old provider. We're moving on to the new provider. You've seen the fibre optic stuff going in. But we had a plan to put an antenna on top of the town hall, as we have done with Wakefield 1, which anybody looking, you'll see that there's now an antenna on the top of Wakefield 1, and we're now rolling out a programme of CCTV cameras that weren't working in Wakefield. It was 50% of cameras that weren't working in Wakefield, and we're now steadily on the rollout programme for that. And the cameras that have been put in Wakefield, I'm talking about Wakefield, I'll come to Ossett in a second, but the cameras that have been put in are absolutely magnificent, and we're covering the hotspot areas within Wakefield, which are very locally sized through the media, thanks to our gentleman from the Express. So that's on the rollout. Our plan was to do the same in Ossett, but as you know, Ossett Town Hall is now under refurbishment after umpteen years, and the contractor there won't allow us to put the antenna up on the town hall. Probably quite rightly so we are looking for an alternative. We have found an alternative, and once the antenna goes up, then we will be rolling. We've got the camera we've been sat here for so long saying, well, it's going to be next week, it might be last week, it's going to be next year. I'm not going to say it's not going to happen because it is happening, and hopefully it will happen over the next 4 to 6 weeks.
Thank you. Councillor Holman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just to reiterate what Councillor Farmer said, this week I'm told by a police officer, I'm not saying all that, but told by a police officer that over the weekend, back to the camera issue, that they're now getting on the buses, pressing the bell to stop the bus, and then the bus is getting bricked in Chicken. I mean, what's going on? I can stop in the fortnight, just let me loose.
Councillor
Yes, sorry, Madam Mayor. It was to congratulate you on the warm spaces initiative that you did. It's now come to an end. Let's hope for God that we don't have to do it again when the weather turns cold again. But I'd just like to congratulate you on coming up with something that was so proactive and so quickly that people needed. And it's good to see that people have responded with over 2,500 locations to keep people warm to it. And who knows that we've got some things that spin off from that with local communities getting better together and keeping people in the world from better. But congratulations on that.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't hear there was a comment from Councillor Horwood, but yeah, I mean, that's happening across the district, people getting on buses, and I mean, it's happening now. I don't know what's matter with people, I really don't. And I saw something recently on social media about the scaffolding as well in our city, the children climbing on the scaffolding, and that's why it is important we get the CCTV working. I fully understand that, and I'm fully sympathise with that. And you're absolutely right, Charlie. The wall spaces has led to other things. People are continuing. I mean, we did try and fund quite a few community groups and organisations to do, and they have continued. It's lovely that they have continued, but it's something that we have to have. But this is about communities coming together, and I think over the last 3 years, you know, we've seen our communities come together to help each other, and particularly to support those who are vulnerable.
Councillor Shaw.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
It's all the same.
Just a point there on the cameras. I understand what point you're making. I just want to make a point that there were videos sent out in Airedale a week ago, and it is important. And on that video, it showed 3 police PSOs with about 10 children around them. They were throwing stones at them, and they were shouting at the police and laughing at the police. The reason I make that point is we do need cameras, because maybe that shows things, but don't think cameras are the be-all and end-all.
No,
it's got to be a number of... Excuse me, I'm talking. It's got to be a number of different things. Cameras are important, but the police doing things and us doing a number of things with voluntary services, altogether, that's the things to do.
Thank you, Councillor Shaw. Councillor Cummins, would you like to come back, or is that you get your consent at all?
No, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. We're going to post a comfort break. I can see everybody moving around, and it is getting very warm, so we'll have a 5-minute comfort break.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be upstanding whilst the mayoral party depart the council chamber.
Shedford, please be seated. The next report is the portfolio holder for culture, leisure and sport. Councillor Massey, would you like to move the report?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just like to move Councillor Collins' report, and she's had to crash off, so just bear with me. I'll be very brief. Just like to mention the cultural grants. If you're aware of any community groups that would sort of benefit from these grants, if you could let us know, we're trying to make it as diverse as possible and get it across the district. The other thing I'd like to mention is the Pontefract Licorice Festival is next Sunday, and it'd be lovely to see as many of you as possible there. With that, I'm on Michelle's report.
Thank you, Councillor. Any questions or any comments on the portfolio holder's report? Councillor Rowley.
I think you probably know more than that the big issues in Ossett concerning the town hall. I'm told that the library is going to be moved back in there in January. I have asked nearly every department now who is responsible for the slowness in getting this project off the ground and completed. And it would be that we wouldn't have the scaffolding up, which we wouldn't have any people climbing on the scaffolding. And I just wonder if you know who is responsible, and if so, would you urge them to get this building completed? I think every meeting that I've attended since May, I've been asked, and I'm sure my colleagues have been asked, when it's going to be completed. And, it's such a fantastic ward, it has so many cultural activities, and therefore it's such a shame that the town hall can't be utilised to its full extent because it's taking so long to repair it or to refurbish it. Could I ask that whoever's responsible get on with it?
Thank you, Councillor Rowley. Councillor Farman.
You're on.
Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, I can answer the questions. The conservation and planning holding that. Basically, regarding sport, I've brought it up probably about 3 or 4 council meetings about the rugby league and getting better facilities for women in my area, Ossett Rugby League Club. Basically, I've been meeting with them and talking about getting facilities better. I was just wondering if somebody can meet me or Michelle can meet us up once again up at Ossett Rugby Club and talk about maybe match funding for better facilities for women's sport up in Ossett. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you, Councillor Farman. Councillor Shaw will address the question around property because it is a property question.
Just to address it by saying I'll pick it up and I'll take it from my crowd and I'll get back in touch with you with the problem.
Thank you. Councillor Maxwell, would you like to come back?
Yeah, thanks, Nick. I wasn't aware of your original request, but I'll speak to Michelle and we'll speak to officers and see what we can do as to coming out and doing a visit. That would be.
Thank you, Councillor Maxwell. Next is portfolio holder for planning and highways. Councillor Morley, would you please introduce your report to council?
I think it should be reports, Madam Mayor, I should say. Not much to add to the report, Madam Mayor. Just a couple of things though. My control is quite unusual, shining zebra crossing informed. I know everybody are always requesting zebra crossings all over the place, especially outside schools, and I'm really aware now how difficult it is to get school crossing patrols. It's a very demanding job in all respects, but not very well paid. So I am working with highways at the moment, where practical, to start looking to install zebra crossings outside schools. Some have already got them, some it may not be possible, but that's a piece of work that we're ongoing with now. I'm sure any people who've got locations will be feeding them in. Just thank you, Councillor Owen, to remind me of something as well. When he was going on about obviously using wagons on buses and the bus station, the Combine Authority have just recently appointed a sergeant and we're in the process of recruiting 10 PCSOs. I know it's not massive, but it's a start. for patrolling on buses and bus stations around West Yorkshire. So I think that'll be positive, and I think it's something we'll be seeing within our district as well. So with that, I'll move the report back to take questions and answers.
Thank you, Councillor Morley. Are there any questions or brief comments on the report, Councillor Homewood?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I know that Councillor Morley gets as irritated as I do with it, but the people of Wakefield really can't stand any more of this road works around every corner, sets of traffic. I came from Ossett to the County Hall, 6 sets of roadworks with traffic lights. Now, I know these things have to happen, but it really is beyond the joke, and I realise that some of it is way beyond your control, and there's very little you can do about it, but people shouldn't have to put up with this.
I love you to bits, Tony, I really do. I love you to bits. You remind me of all the gentlemen in the group with my father and all that, and tell it as it is. And I must say, the reputation's always coming for you. On this side of the chamber, when we found out that Tony O'Brien was sent for the Conservatives in 2020, there was conversations and things said that once he gets on, he'll be a force to be reckoned with. He'll be leading the Conservatives, and he will hold you to account. What's transpired though? We're just a bit of a grumpy old. So let's go about roadworks a lot. She mentioned every meeting, and unfortunately, one of life's necessary nuisances. Nobody wants them, but then again, we want our electric, we want our water, we want our broadband, we want all these facilities that need to be there, the roads need to be dug up. But nobody wants them, they're a nightmare, we all know that, but we need to have them. And the road managed throughout West Yorkshire, the same on the common permit scheme, so all the districts work the same criteria on them. So that's where we are. I know we're a bugbear, especially a bugbear for yours, but we do monitor them, we do send notifications out if there's any major roadworks around the district now, like what's happening over Neverton Lane, that sort of thing. So we try the best we can to handle them, but they are what they are.
Thank you, Councillor Morley. You're such a loving person towards everybody.
I am.
But can we keep your comments out of the chamber about love for all councillors?
Oh, no.
Thank you, Councillor Morley.
I actually wouldn't have said that if you'd been...
Councillor Law.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would like to ask Matthew to accompany me on a walk up Ansley Road to look at the traffic situation regarding parking on the street, both sides of the road. Also to look at the crossing facilities near the school and other areas that parents with their children are having to cross that have no such facilities. And I would also like to ask if you may look at a way of slowing down the traffic, not just on Ansley Road, but also the surrounding areas. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mitchell.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councillor Ward, I want to just thank you, very simple, on one of your long requests this time. Just to thank you very much for the coffee on Horns Lane, which took a long time to get. I know you push that out, but we do appreciate it. But also want to commend the highways enforcement team, particularly regarding flag trimming. I have seen it in action a couple of times, and I see just noticed around my ward, it doesn't seem to be as bad as it was. So that's thanks to enforcement people, keep it up. Thank you very much.
Councillor Moore, would you like to come back to those 2 points?
Yeah, on Councillor Law's point, thank you very much for raising that, Councillor Law. I'm more than happy to come out and meet on site. There is a scheme that's been developed, I think that has been shared with local members, and it is out for advertisement. It's long overdue. I'm more than happy to come down there and get anything more we can do. So yes, we'll arrange a site visit down there. And Councillor Mitchell, thank you for your comments.
Thank you. Councillor Haynes.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Morley. The consultation on the district local plan is drawing to a close. I think next week is the shut-off date. You will be aware of the considerable opposition from the community to housing allocations in the Greenbelt in the southeast of Wakefield, particularly Featherstone and Pontefract. When Cabinet considers adopting the plan, will there be any resolve to give proper consideration to the community wishes to remove LP11, LP98 and LP779 from the development plan, or will this become a developer's charter?
The consultation, the inspector's consultation has been now extended, I believe, I think it's to the 6th or the 8th, it's the 8th of July. So they'll be taking on comments that people are making on the main modifications that I'm sure members will have fed into. Let's remember though, Madam Mayor and Council, to have a local plan is more safe than to not have a local plan. If we do not have a local plan, Greenbelt land is up for grabs anywhere. So the sites that we're talking about, people may not want to see housing, they will be up for grabs in a lot more places than that. So we will, in this district, for the last 35 years and more than that, we've already produced a local plan, it's safeguarding massive amounts of green belt. So that's the answer to the question, Councillor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councillor Moore, I'd just like to come back to the issue of zebra crossings. And you said you now going to be looking at those outside schools. Does that mean we can resubmit requests for them after we've been told no?
I don't know the reason why I said no. What I said was we're looking at where practical crossing in place. There may be schools where it's just not physically possible for sidelines, for junctions, to get them in there. But if it's practically possible, yes, we will look at them. So I don't know the reason why you've been refused.
Councillor Isherwood.
I reserve my question, my comments about council and say in this council chamber. But I don't appreciate these roadworks that we've got. I think we do all the training and basic qualified. There's a whole there 1 minute, then it's gone now. And I understand the fuels reasoning about the electric vehicle, the gas vehicle, the water vehicle, and God knows what else people want to do. My problem is, after they've gone, I think the reinstatement that the statutory bodies are leaving is an absolute total disgrace. And I'll bet you, everybody going home tonight, whether they've had a drain up, whether they've had a cover up, a manhole cover up, you'll drop, you'll sink. I mean, that school exercise that we're talking about, the Medimesta, the gas board decided that they were going to dig all up and get a gas line and two new houses. What was the thing? You drop that, I'm sure it's like silks and shaft. And we come back and we put a little bit of town on top of it and think that's all right. Well, as far as I'm concerned, it isn't all right. If they're digging our roads, they should be responsible for making them safe. At least make them safe anyway. But the disruption is awful, you know. The traffic lights stopping and moving. Then when you get moving again, they've left them all. And they're all sinking. Same as the footpaths. I would have got on the footpaths with them, but they've been digging them up. They're all walking all over the place. So I'm making a appeal to Matthew and Highways Department that they follow these people, all these gas board, electric, water and all these people saying that is not good enough. And I'm sure there must be some sort of guarantee after a group being stated that think that a couple of shovelfuls of tarmac wouldn't suffice. So I'm just making an appeal to Matthew that if we can look into that, Matthew, and I can believe it is the family. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bishop. Councillor Rhodes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just to add to the woes that's happened through the city fire around the area. In our ward, we had a gas leak through digging, and the residents had to move out. We had, not far away, a power cut for the supermarket and houses had no power, and had to close the doors. The patchwork quilt that's gone on around the wards, and they started in Flanshaw and Wakefield. The patchwork quilt has been left in a zigzag line for any reason that they were solely know, and God knows what it is. Our environment out there, welcome as it is for City Fibre across the districts and people who can now have the fibre optic engagement with IT. But I have to support Graham in the comments. Utilities, gas, water, electricity, what have you, they have a statutory obligation to go back in 6 months is as it should be, which is sound and solid, because there is this professional view that that is enough time for the reinstatement actually to have some where it may have some, and to actually reinstate in a proper manner. And it is not happening to a proper standard. I have the same concern, Madam Mayor, about the city fibre. It is not a statutory undertaker, it is the city fibre. But we have some way within the authority to try and find out what the right is after these people have finished, to make sure that the work that they've done is to a standard, and is there any issues around any sinkage, or will they come back? It's not been very successful in terms of some of the work that's been done, and I think the people out there where they're living have actually been very, very patient, where they've cut off their entrance to their properties and roads around. I can tell you in the small street that I live in, they dug up the same street in the same area within 3 weeks 5 times. 5 times. Now, what is the sense in all of this? Because if they can't do it right the first time, the second time they might think they would. But 5 times they dug up. And it's welcome, we need it, we agree to it. But I have to say that the standards out there leave a lot to be desired. And I would think it's incumbent on us in terms of the way it's been done and what have we laid down in the procurement about the return in case any of these channels actually do disintegrate, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Morley,
We do check the percentage of all works that are being done by utility companies, but we have that capacity to be out everywhere. That's why we do ask the public elected members to be ideas for us. If you are seeing these, report them through the system, through members' inquiries, and we will go out, we will always go out and check to make sure that they are up to a standard. We will go back, because they are guaranteed by the utility companies to do to a standard, to go back out there and not up to that standard. So we do that. I'm quite happy to come out with Council Rose. I will walk around the wall so she can show me first-hand and point this out to me. We do have a standard, we do check that we can't be everywhere, and we try to keep the eyes and ears for us.
Thank you, Councillor Morley. Councillor Gert, if you would like to email Councillor Morley and you can address the question that you had via email, is that okay? Thank you. Next is the portfolio holder for regeneration and economic growth. Councillor Graham, would you please introduce your report to Council?
Thanks, Mayor. I thought that would never come. That's quite good. First off, I'd just like to say a massive thank you to the previous portfolio holder, Councillor Byford. I know he did a fantastic job, and I know he always looked really busy, and now I can see that he was really, really busy. It's quite the big task. So yeah, thank you so much, and I hope I can do as good a job. Just 2 things to pick up on. First of all, and I think Denise has mentioned them both already. The first is, in this portfolio, we are still going to be looking to make sure that we spread investment right across the district to every single town and to all the places in between those towns as well. And to do that, we need to make sure that we've got outside investments as well, because we're not absolutely drowning in money given the cuts, which I'm not going to go into. But we have written myself and the leader to Michael Gove to ask about levelling up 3. Obviously, we bid on stage 2, and we didn't get anything for Nottingham. We got nothing for South Kirby, and we got nothing for Wakefield either. So we are very eager to know when the next round is and what the sort of thing is for that to get more money, because we've got big plans for those places. Secondly, just to touch on page 50, this is out of date now, it's the CoStar bid. We obviously know that we were successful in lot 2, and we are going to be having a brand new specialist lab in South Kirby, so one of only 4 in the country. And what this is about a 70-odd million investment into jobs and into that creative industry. Only 4 places were chosen in the entire country. We're absolutely made up to have it here, and it's going to grow that industry by £53 billion. So I think it just shows that the incredible job officers do in this council of attracting money and bidding for money and getting production part, obviously, and Vodafone as well, because they all came together to make that bit a success. So with that, Madam Mayor, I'm happy to take any questions and comments.
Thank you, Councillor Graham. Are there any questions, brief comments on the report? Councillor Shag.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Hi, Michael. Well done on the new role. Saturday, just gone, I attended Renthorpe Gala. It was a massive success. Probably met about 200 people that were all asking the same thing. So they all want to know about this new bowling alley. When's it coming? Where's it going to be? What company's going to host it? Or can you tell us a bit more about that, please? Thank you.
I'll take Councillor Haynes first. Councillor Haynes.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Graham. A delegated decision has been made, quite legally, but outside of Cabinet and immune from calling, to award another £300,000 to the drainage work at Featherstone swimming baths. The total cost so far is approaching £3 million. Are you able to give an explanation how the sale of an asset for £800,000 we find ourselves with £3 million worth of liabilities? And why was the drainage condition that was attached to the planning approval not cover the work on this development site?
Councillor Jones.
Just like to thank Councillor Graham and the officers that are coming through to Hemsworth Ward. Indeed, Ward I've been single ward with myself and Councillor Williamson. As you're aware, Fitzwilliam and Heptart's Hemsworth are the most deprived in the region. I look forward to seeing some regeneration soon.
Thank you, Councillor Jones. Councillor Graham.
Thanks, Mayor. Thanks, Councillor Jones. It was a really lovely day, lovely sunny day. That's what it's all about. It's all about getting out to every single place and listening to elected members and listening to people who live there. So thank you so much for showing me around. It's great to see it in person and to look at the plans we're doing. I'm excited for it. On Councillor Haynes, the Featherstone, I'm not going to comment right now on that because I know there's an open investigation into it, so I just don't think that would be appropriate. But what I will say is, there has obviously been mistakes made there, and it's been looked into. The person or those who make errors will be held to account, but we've also got a care of duty to council to make that situation right, and that is going to, it takes different plasters, it takes delegate decisions to get that very quickly under control. So if a delegate decision is being signed, it's for very good reason and it's with proper evidence that that is the right thing to do. And to Councillor Shaw on the bowling alley, I've set out what our priorities are as a group for regeneration, and one of those is the diversifying the offer within Wakefield City Centre. Wakefield City Centre, we know the retail needs to be shrunk. We've been giving this advice for years and years. It's not where it used to be. It needs to be shrunk a little bit. We need more people living in the city, but what we also need is lots of things for people to do. We've already got some fantastic things in there. I always say, I'm the drum for Wakefield. We've got amazing restaurants, bars, cafes, and we've got some great entertainment as well. We've got a cinema in there, we've got the escape rooms, there's lots to do, but we want to see even more in the city. And what we're doing currently is we're out looking at the demand and also the market to make sure if a bowling alley is the right thing to do. I don't want to just sit here and say, I want a bowling alley, let's get a fancy project on the go. If bowling alleys are not going to be where it's at in 10 years' time, we don't need a bowling alley. But let's look at it. It might be a bowling alley, it might be crazy golf, it might be a trampoline indoor. I don't know. We need as much of that stuff as possible to keep this city alive and to get everyone in non-stop, enjoying themselves, bringing communities together. I'll hang the drum for that. So thank you for that question.
Thank you, Councillor Graham. Councillor Keith.
Yeah, Councillor, thank you, Madam Mayor. Michael, I had a meeting this morning, early afternoon with the housing people, and I noticed in the Wakefield District Housing Plan, which is very, very commendable. One of the things, though, that is in my ward in particular is the access to social housing from local people who are being either a pretty popular place to live out a local city is that local people have a little bit more prayer. Please. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lee. Councillor Fitzgerald.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a very brief comment regarding Councillor Graham's comments on city centre regeneration. Just to say that obviously the three of us who represent the city centre, we please need to be aware of the people who live in the city centre, and some of our policies need to reflect that. It's things like licensing and not having without subject to applications for sort of outdoor music for 3 and 4 in the morning. It's issues about having sort of public parking provision for people who live in the centre. We very much welcome the rest of you from across the district coming in, but I must stress we've got to bear in mind the needs of people who live there. It's not a sterile. I think people used to think it was a sterile environment. It never was, and it certainly isn't now in terms of the people that are living there. So whenever we talk about city centre, we need to balance the needs of people who live there as well as people who exist.
Thank you, Councillor Fitzgerald. Councillor Frame, would you like to come back?
Just to say, Mayor, that I think that's a really fair point. Yeah, we want to attract more people into the city, we want it to be alive, thriving, but yeah, that has to be done in consultation with the people who already live there and in consultation with elected members. I am determined to make sure that everyone is taken along every step of the way throughout that, and I'm very happy to set up that meeting, Charlie, and to look at that issue in your words. No problem.
Thank you, Councillor. Final Cabinet Member report is that of the portfolio holder for resources and property. Councillor Shaw, can you please introduce your report to Council?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. First of all, before I start on the report, without embarrassing you too much, I know everybody said it, but I'm certainly going to say that I want to thank you personally, Neil, and on behalf of the Council. I've worked with Neil, not just inside the Council, but out on some West Yorkshire Joint Service with Wakefield, and he's always proved, not just on the finance side of it, but on giving good advice on a number of different things. So thank you, and I wish you all the best for certainly the new venture. And of course you're going to help Wakefield Council, I'm sure you are. You can scroll that if you want. Just 2 or 3 things on my report. The first one certainly is, will you take back, Andrew, we've got the Promoting Wellbeing Award, which I think is really important on what some people have already said. Promoting Wellbeing Award that was awarded to us for wellbeing in 2021, which I think is really important. Everybody knows what we came into in 2021, and this council, like every other council, had to change its way, but it looked after its people. It looked after the people outside, and it also looked after the councillors, and will you certainly take it back and say well done to everybody, because I think that's important. The second thing is that Steve, I know it's been said by the Mayor, but I think it's important. The feedback I got, unfortunately I couldn't get along to down Force today, but the feedback I got certainly from Castleford and a lot of people in our area who attended it said it was an absolutely fantastic day. And it's not just about that, it's about supporting the armed forces, and I know you're a real ambassador, and so keep up the good work and certainly take it back that we appreciate everything they're doing for us. The only other thing I want to draw reference to is when we're talking about voluntary community services. We touched on things in here, but I want to personally thank everybody outside the council in these voluntary services. I know you deal with a lot of them more, but we've got baby banks, we've got food banks, we've got friends groups, all across Wakefield, who day after day after day are delivering for people in Wakefield. We help, and I'm using the word help, we support, and we'll continue to do that. And some of my reports showing where some of the support goes. But I really think that we ought to recognise in this chamber the work that these people do certainly on behalf of all our residents and for us. So I'm sure you'll take it back, and I'll be in a nice circle because we're involved with a lot of these groups. What I would like to see, and I hope I do live to see, and I don't know, is when we don't need food banks and we don't don't need name tags, and people don't need to go and queue up outside to make sure that kids have got something to eat. I'd love to see that day. With that, Madam Mayor, I move on the floor.
Thank you, Councillor Shaw. Are there any questions or brief comments on Councillor Shaw's? Councillor Vickers.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Can I just report on your comments, Les? Thank you very much for those comments. And can I further report on Armed Forces Day, which is included in the report, Madam Mayor? I'm sorry that you said very brief comments, because I have been known to go on and on and on. So I'll keep it brief. Armed Forces Day, absolutely amazing. And I do accept that not everybody can be in two places at once, so some members did manage to make it. Armed Forces Day in Wakefield is to recognise the contribution of our armed forces and veterans. Our Armed Forces Day date is determined by Armed Forces Day nationally, and that was held last week in Falmouth. So we move ours so it don't clash to give people opportunity to attend both. Before the event, I was sent an email, and it was a list of VIPs. Now, on the day, I saw many, many more VIPs that were on the list. The main VIPs were the public of Wakefield District. There were over 20,000 people attending that event, and it's well-known Wakefield, in my opinion. Among the public, there were Lord Oswald, a couple of MPs, including John Healy, Shadow Defence Minister, Yvette Cooper, local MP for Pontefract, Simon Lightwood, local MP for Wakefield. So you might go 2 out of 3 ain't bad. The star of the show was undoubtedly Godfrey, 103-year-old veteran of World War II. He stole the show actually, and he entered the arena on a Hell's Angel track, and I think he was thoroughly enjoyable. The parachutists were one of the highlights of the day. One of them descended with a pride flag, and another one with the Armed Forces flag, which I think enforces this council's commitment to diversity and inclusion. The pride flag, the applause grew and grew as it put more and more into focus, and I was proud of that. Unfortunately, the Spitfire was cancelled due to an oil leak, but somehow a couple of officers from this council managed to get the Lancaster bomber to fly over later. That had been on duty in Northern Ireland.
Councillor Vickers, I'm really sorry.
I'm going to wrap up.
I know it's really interesting, but we have got a bit of...
Can I just pay tribute to 2 officers, Julie Dawes and Simon Thomason Kinsey, 2 officers that are the Armed Forces Common Support Officers. They're on job share of half a row. They were in that park for 12 hours each on Friday and 12 hours each on Saturday. This event could not have taken place as effectively as it did without those 2 officers, and I'd like to pay tribute to them. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Vickers. Councillor, are you?
I just wanted to welcome the Equality Impact Assessment Cabinet reports, and I think that's a thank you. And also been assured that officers have had relevant training to make sure that the impact assessment is done properly. I think it's a long time coming because the impact assessment is happening for everything else, and I think it's good that it's happening for cabinet reports as well.
Thank you. Councillor Owen.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It's back to that town hall, I'm afraid. Further to what Councillor Brody asked, can somebody get on with it? There's a question of further funds, I believe, that's now required to complete the job. Is there any indication that they're available, and can we have them before you go? I just wondered if you could answer that. And sorry, the scaffolding around the town hall,
Sorry, Councillor.
Yes. So, you know, as I said, I think they've probably made every reasonable effort to try and stop people getting up there, but if you're determined enough, you know, you're going to do it. And finally, on the food banks that you mentioned, and Yvette Cooper that you mentioned, when Yvette Cooper was the minister responsible for food banks, which I'll point out started under Labour, not under the Conservatives, and Yvette Cooper banned civil servants from referring
Councillor Homewood.
people to
Councillor
raise the
Homewood.
issue.
Can we stick to what's in the record?
It is, you raised the issue.
I didn't raise it, I didn't raise it.
You raised it.
Councillor Shaw did not raise it. It was raised in a comment. Excuse me, Councillor Farmer.
Well, there's all the music interrupting me.
I'm talking to Councillor Home. If you wouldn't mind waiting until after the meeting, then you can continue the conversation. Thank you. Councillor Home, would you like to continue without being remark?
Yeah, so I think that's about it then. If you want me to bring a guitar or anything.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Farmer.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a quick question, Councillor Shaw, just out of interest in the local election, page 65. Do you have a figure of the number of people who turned up to polling stations without ID and couldn't vote? As a matter of interest.
Yes, I think we do. I haven't got it here, but I'll make sure we get it.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Farmer. Councillor Shaw.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I've got a question about local elections. Obviously, as a ex-serving police officer, quite a lot of my colleagues obviously do disparate amounts of shifts throughout the district. Sorry about that. And they were coming into the polling station in full uniform, obviously waving their warrant card, thinking that it was a government-issued ID, and I know the things haven't been clear, and I understand that, but is there any way we could write to government to tweak the legislation so that paramedics, emergency service workers, or anything like that could, their IDs be used, you know, even as far as council officers? Just a question.
Thank you, Councillor Shaw. Councillor Shaw, would you like to come back?
First of all, thank you, Lee, for your comments, and you know, they were well made. Town Hall, I'll answer by saying I am going to look at everything on the Town Hall, including the scaffolding and all that. I'll get back when I've got some information. The numbers all turned up to vote and turned away, I think, really low. But yeah, but I've done the check. I figured it was really low. The ones that were turned away. And I think if you really want to look at that idea, then perhaps you ought to talk about a motion or something like that to this council at a later date, because certainly it's not for me to write on behalf of council like that, but we'll talk about it later, okay?
The figures for the people that turned away with the ID is on the website, so you can pick it up from there.
Thanks for that.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Shaw, and that concludes the Cabinet members' reports. Agenda item 8 is to consider the Audit and Governance Committee's Annual Report 2022-23. Is the report moved? Is the report seconded? Here. Are there any questions in relation to the report? Any comments? All in favour? Any against? Any abstentions? This is carried. Agenda item 9 is to consider the overview and scrutiny annual report. Is the report moved? Is the report seconded?
Seconded, Madam Mayor.
Are there any questions in relation to the report? Any comments? All in favour? Any against? Any abstentions? That is carried. Agenda item 10 is to seek approval of a corporate director post with a salary of over 100k. Is the report moved?
Move the report, Madam Mayor.
Are there any questions? Is the report seconded?
Second the report.
Thank you. Are there any questions in relation to the report? Any comments? All in favour? Any against? Any abstentions? That is carried. Agenda item 11 is to seek approval of the salary package for the Chief Finance Officer post. Is the report moved?
Move the report, Madam Mayor.
Is the report seconded?
Second the report.
Are there any questions in relation to the report? Any comments? All in favour? Any against? Any abstentions? That is carried. Agenda item 12 is to seek approval to adopt the updated elected member learning and development strategy. Is the report moved?
Move the report, Madam Mayor.
Is the report seconded?
Second the report, Madam Mayor.
Are there any questions in relation to the report? Councillor Harvey.
Thank you, Ms. Madam Mayor. Just want to know that, first of all, thank the legal officer and the team for this strategy. Just wonder whether there's any scope to actually incorporate this strategy into the amended constitution.
Councillor Shaw.
Yes, we'll look at that. We certainly will look at that. But as we've been talking, this is a key role, Councillor Harvey, to move some of the things forward that we've been talking about today. I'll take on board the comments.
Any comments? All in favour? Any against? Any abstentions? That is carried. Agenda item 13 is a report which seeks approval of proposed amendment to the Council's Constitution and Officer Delegation Scheme. Is the report moved?
Move the report, Madam Mayor.
Is the report seconded? Are there any questions in relation to the report? Councillor Harvey.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. But this has no bearing over the precision and accuracy of your execution today in the Council chamber. But I do have a question related to agenda page 252, and that is under 26.8, order of speeches during the debate. So I wonder whether it is, for the sake of democracy, should the mayor be given the right to alter the order of the speaker or close the list without members' agreement in the Council chamber? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. In terms of the model constitution that councils follow, the mayor does preside over full council and has absolute authority to vary things. There are certain things that need to be voted on in the standing orders before that can be done, but this is the standard way of doing it to manage the meeting. I'm happy to talk to you outside, Councillor Harvey.
You said to me before that he never mentioned food banks, and I'm afraid that he did mention food banks. And he said that he welcomed the day that food banks didn't exist and nobody had to queue outside, etc., etc., etc. And you said he didn't. So where does that leave us? Because I want to ask him a question about something he raised in his report.
Councillor Jones.
The correct thing was, you mentioned Yvette Cooper in relation to the food banks. I never mentioned Yvette Cooper. Yvette Cooper, that's what you said. Yvette Cooper was mentioned over there, not Yvette Cooper at Fullbanks. I did mention Fullbanks. Yes, I did. I talked about Fullbanks. But Yvette Cooper is what you mentioned. That's my recollection, Madam Mayor.
That's why I was shut down.
Councillor Howard, thank you for your comments, and it's been addressed by Councillor Shaw.
Excuse me, Madam Mayor, I don't think it has. I don't think it has. I think that the comments made by Councillor Shaw, which is out to make, I'm not saying, but they should be confronted, because it's giving an impression that I was talking about her as the lady responsible at the time, or the minister responsible at the time, for people being referred to food banks, and how she shut that down and prevented civil servants from doing it.
Councillor Homewood, I did shoot down. Nobody mentioned Yvette Cooper was mentioned in the report.
I mentioned Yvette Cooper in passing. She wasn't the thrust of my comment.
In his report about the Armed Forces Day, the food banks were mentioned. It's been addressed and we've moved on, and your point of order really should have come under that item. We're now on agenda item 13. We are due to vote. So thank you. Are there any questions in relation to the report? Any comments? All in favour? Any against? Any abstentions? That is carried. Agenda item 14 is to deal with any questions made by members. 3 questions have been received. The first is from Councillor Gert, who was given the required notice to ask the question to the portfolio holder for planning and highways, full details of which are set out in the council agenda. Councillor Morley, would you please reply to the question?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Madam Mayor, I share Councillor Gert's frustration regarding Sportwell Lane and Notting Lane. I'd like to make members aware that there are currently 111 schemes on the current Cabinet Approved Resurfacing Programme, and this unfortunately includes several resurfacing projects from the previous year, which I express regret for. Out of the 111 resurfacing schemes, 94 are now being allocated to engineers to design and deliver through either in-house or external contractors. Sportwell Lane, as you pointed out, no question, has had safety patching work carried out on it recently. Whilst there are complications with the nearby level crossing, the scheme is in the detailed design stage, with a view to issue to a contractor in the summer, with the work being completed before the winter. I'm happy to meet with Councillor in Notting Hill. We do have a meeting penciled in the next couple of weeks, and want to sit there, support the board, ensuring that Sportwell Lane is resurfaced in good time, and also want to extend that to other elected members across the district if they have any concerns regarding resurfacing.
Thank you. Council procedure rules entitle the questioner to one supplementary question, but it must arise directly out of the original question posed or the reply given. Councillor Gert, as the questioner, do you have a supplementary question?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, I'd welcome a meeting with you to discuss it. What the residents are looking for is a date that it's going to happen, and stick to that, because they were given a date before and it didn't happen. So that's what we're looking for, is a date. When is it going to happen? Thank you.
Yes, Councillor Morley.
Yeah, you've got an assurance it will be happening before the winter months, assuming we get the dates. If we are in the contract, that will get that. But we are in a national crisis with our roads. I mean, you know, the Association of Asphalt Manufacturers is saying over the last few weeks it's cost £12.5 billion to repair the crumbling roads in the entire country. It's something not just particularly for Wakefield, for Yorkshire. It's a national problem that successive governments have never really dealt with. So we all have frustration with roads. We definitely, at least, we've seen there'll be some life being done, and that road will be serviced.
Thank you, Councillor Morley. The second question is from Councillor Harvey, who has given the required notice to ask a question again to the portfolio holder of planning and highways, full details of which are set out in the council agenda. Councillor Morley, would you please reply to the question?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. I can confirm that this council consults Northern Power on each application for battery storage, for their views and for their comments in relation to the impact on the national grid. The purpose for the battery storage facility is to hold energy when it is produced at peak production times and release energy into the national grid throughout the day or at a time of peak need.
Thank you. Once again, Council procedure rules entitle the questioner to one supplementary question, but it must arise directly out of the original question posed or the reply given. Councillor Harvey, as the questioner, do you have a supplementary question?
Madam Mayor, as a committee member of the planning committee, to avoid conflicts of interest, I will have no supplementary question to ask at this moment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Harvey. The final question is from Councillor Binns, who has given the required notice to ask the question to the portfolio holder for culture, leisure and sport, full details of which are set out in the council agenda. Councillor Masterman, would you like to reply to the question on behalf of Councillor Collins?
I will do, Madam Mayor, thank you. The current project budget has been set based on costs provided by the main contractor as part of their submission to carry out the works on site against the tender specification. Because with any capital development, there's always risk during the construction period. If we do find unexpected issues during the work, we will need to consider that on a case-by-case basis with the contractor as to how they are best resolved. But we have, as you would expect, also built in some risk contingency to reflect this within the budget. This will be utilised initially to address any issues should they arise within scope. Beyond this, it should be noted that the Council's investment into what is a key high street anchor and development for the district has been very small, at a percentage of roughly 15%. Due to the large amount of external funding secured already. If further costs to the scope works were to emerge, then the Council will consider the best options available within the timeline. External funding is very unlikely with the project already on site, and costs of delays would well mean a greater cost. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you, Councillor Masterman. Councillor Binns, as the questioner, do you have a supplementary question?
No, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Binns. Agenda item 15 is the final item for consideration as to deal with any motions. 4 motions will be considered. The first motion is from Councillor Morley. Would you please move your motion to Council?
Just been appointed to the White O&S on transport and infrastructure. Should I withdraw from this?
You're fine. It's a decision on scrutiny, so you're fine. Councillor Morley.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Colleagues, I would like to inform the movement speaking in favour of this motion, and for a cause that I think lies at the very centre of fair society. The current system of private owned buses are provided both nationally and within our district is deeply flawed. It is high time that we take, dare I say, a radical approach and work robustly with West Yorkshire Mayor Tracy Bravery to bring buses in Wakefield under public control. Privatisation of this vital service has led to a massive decrease in our core and secondary bus services and seeing routes cut from existence entirely, leaving vulnerable individuals and communities cut off. How can we expect people who we represent to thrive in our district if they are unable to commute to work, healthcare appointments, job centre appointments, schools, colleges, etc., if they don't have a bus to get them there on time or at all? This isn't an all-mark of compassionate, inclusive society. I think every single one of us around this chamber have stories from residents and constituents of the nightmare of the last few years that bus cuts and cost and brought from communities. I'm sure we will share them. Madam Mayor, I formally move the motion.
Is the motion seconded? Councillor Appiah, in seconding the motion, do you wish to formally speak now or reserve to speak later in the debate?
I'll speak now, please, Madam Mayor. Bringing buses back into public control would help safeguard fair prices, provide efficient services and timetables. It would provide a service where transportation is accessible to all, putting individuals, families and communities, the public first, as after all it's called a public service, not a profit service. As my colleagues just said, we can all recount examples of cuts in our local area. Pontefract North, where I represent, is no different, where an entire housing estate has been cut out from a bus service. I want to see a Wakefield district where residents can feel comfortable and confident in their bus service, to be able to travel around freely, whether to work, to education, health, or to enjoy many of the great things that Wakefield has to offer. As the motion states, we welcome proposed funding from the district to improve the current system, and as a council we will continue to work in partnership with the Mayor of West Yorkshire and the combined authority. But we will hold them to account to ensure that our bus networks are restored, bring buses back under control and ensure that our district gets what they deserve and nothing less. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hilliard. Does any member wish to speak on the motion? May I remind members that speeches must be directed to the question under discussion or to a personal explanation or point of order. No speech may exceed 5 minutes. Councillor Swift.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Kevin Swift, Wakefield West. Fully supporting. The Wakefield has probably suffered worst in West Yorkshire in the problems of the last couple of years. The kind of problem that Councillor Appleyard referred to it is not restricted to Pontefract. It is a particular characteristic. It is a characteristic of the way in which Arriva have explicitly and deliberately approached the current situation. That kind of thing has been set out as their policy. Now, the lack of accountability at the moment, it really is quite sweeping. It's not simply that the bus companies are independent, free commercial spirits and the rest of it, although they hardly would actually pass any test of competition, which is one of the great arguments for a free market. But at the moment, they already do get a lot of public money. The concessionary fares money, without which the bus services would collapse, is paid to them as a block, which is one reason why they can quite happily pull services from the services that turn off the main road onto the estates. Because those services are often most valued by elderly or people not fully able. They get the money, regardless of whether they're actually serving the needs of particular people. They got the special COVID relief money paid to them nationally. Considerable difficulty actually finding out just how much they were getting and on what basis. And indeed, they already received the long-standing bus service operation plan. So one of the kind of lesser-known initiatives of West Yorkshire Combined Authority was actually to ask for these various, really quite big blocks of money that the bus operators were already getting, to actually go through them in a way in which they could exercise some leverage, some control. However, it needs to be said that was unsuccessful. It's not a panacea, franchising, and the current procedures are quite tortuous and protracted and expensive. And it doesn't resolve the issue of money, but it is an absolutely necessary first step to get some degree of public accountability, some degree of democratic control for this vital service. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Swift. Councillor Wallace.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I've spoken before in this council chamber about the basis and my ward of services being withdrawn, and since then I'm sad to say the matter has got worse in the withdrawal of services to the hospital. What I am going to say is that on page 134 of the agenda, there's a report of the climate change and environmental wellbeing scrutiny, which I chair, which has looked at this issue on more than one occasion, and the recommendation which is in that report
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I've got in, certainly in my role, the sort of issue that you've been outlining. We've got, they're sticking to what you call main roads. They're not going on estates. Bearing in mind that Airedale, Tamworth, big estates, they're not even trying to go round like they used to do. They're sticking out on the main roads. And then what they do is they cut down the services even on the main roads. The issue for me around that is, it's not just people, it's definitely not just people. What we forget is, we talk about how the people get to work as well. It's the times when these buses run. So they're not just cancelling them, they're running them when they see they want to run them. So if people in my ward they get a job in Castleford or indeed in Wakefield, they haven't got cars, they haven't got any transport. There's no way they will be able to get to a job in those sort of, Castleford's 3 miles away, unless they walk or bike it, they can't get to work. We talk about the economy, growing the economy. How many places has got recruitment issues? People have got recruitment issues. I've got to say, privatising the buses, not just in this area, right across the country, privatising rail has got to be the way to go. And I fully support this motion. We really need to do it. And if genuinely, and I'm starting to worry, what the Conservatives always say is, you know, they know about the economy and things like that. Well, that's been trashed now, hasn't it? And when you look at it, if they really thought about the economy, they would be looking at buses, railways, times, getting them back into private, certainly private hands, and then supporting the economy as well as the people. I fully support this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Shaw. Councillor James.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I remember just after I'd been elected, we had a conversation about public transport, and I asked the question, had anybody else worked on the buses? And at the time, I was the only one in this chamber who had worked on the buses. So I want to speak from the employees' point of view on it. We've all talked about passengers, which is very important, but from the employees' point of view, privatisation was an absolute disaster. Now, I joined the buses in Leeds in 1986, just before deregulation. So when I joined the buses, it was still Metro. And some of you humans, you're going to really be shocked at the figure I'm going to give you. Because I just came out of the army, and I started on the minibuses in Leeds, which was the lowest rate of pay. Obviously, Decker's got a higher rate of pay. I was on £3 and a penny an hour, and that was considered a good wage. Now, I was on the buses for 19 years, and in that time I moved up to be a Decker driver, so I was on the top rate of pay. And when I started, Deckers were just about double the minibus wage. So 19 years later, I'm on the top rate of pay. I wasn't even on £10 an hour. That's how much they cut the wage and how much they cut the conditions. I was working longer hours all the time. Safety went out the window. I was threatened with disciplinary numerous times for refusing to take a bus out of the garage because I considered it unsafe. This is the result of privatisation, and that puts passengers at risk, and it's still going on. I left the buses in 2005, so I've no idea what they're on now, but I have spoken to a few colleagues who are still serving in the buses, and I've said, what's it like now? And they said it's got worse. So it's got worse since I left. I spoke to Councillor Morley before today, and I said, you know, we need to consider training as well. Councillor Morley said to me, we'll look at that later on in the year. We're not looking at that. Because it's important. Public service transport should not be in private hands. It doesn't work. We've had it since 1986. It's proven it doesn't work. Conditions have worsened, services have worsened. It just doesn't work. It needs to come back into public hands. Now, when Labour was last in power, they had the opportunity to do it, and they didn't do it. I'm hoping if they get in power again, they do it, because it needs doing. And we can't run a public service properly. You can't do it. The best thing you can do is hope to break even. And we need to get that mindset changed. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Harvey.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I want to say a big thank you to Councillor Morley for bringing this motion to the Council. I mean, we probably all become a broken record talking about bus services. And I agree with Councillor Shaw's point about we can't even get workers in Wakefield to work. I have a very young gentleman, 19 years of age, late for work already twice this week because from Castleford to come to Wakefield, either by train or bus, it's not happening for him. So he's not sat yet. But however, a small business is under pressure to have the workers to be in the shop. So also in my ward, there was a young lady of 12 years of age got detained by the teacher at the school because she was late again twice in that week. So this is not on. This is heartbroken for people sitting here. So I probably can say safely from this side of the chamber that we support wholeheartedly about the 2 points that Councillor Morley has made. Work cross-party with elected members to ensure all the wards are represented equally in the plans. And also work with the combined authority to restore the 12-bus routes itself. But however, for the first 2 or 3 points, I just wonder that Tracy Brady, the Mayor of West Yorkshire Combined Authority, she was elected nearly 4 years ago on the ticket of publicise the National Science Bus Service. But what has she done up to now? And please, Councillor Morley, you go back to ask her what has she done. If anything, the bus service has done worse, and she has the raw power to actually make it happen for us. Okay, so that's the issue we need to go back to address, because we don't want to pay any more lip service to say that we understand we need to have some action. And thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Harvey. Councillor Williamson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think Council will be pleased to know that there's a second elected member in this chamber who used to be a bus driver. And I used to represent them as well in disciplinaries. I would echo some of what he said. I mean, there is instances where bus drivers have been sacked because of employment rules or things like whistleblowing on the bus safety, and things like that have happened in this district. I think some of the issues with retaining sort of bus drivers is the fact that for a lot of drivers the wage is really low. You've got 3 tiers of payments where you might go in at just over minimum wage, and it might take you a few years before you get anywhere near £13–14 an hour. I think obviously through COVID a lot of bus drivers left to work as HGV drivers because the wages and the bonuses through that shot through the roof. And then I think there's a lot of issues with working conditions. As a driver, you could drive for 10 hours a day, finish at midnight, and be back in work at 8:30 in the morning. And if by the time you've got home, had some food, woke up and stuff, you might go get about 5 hours sleep. So it's a serious issue with the conditions of bus drivers, but I think within this district, we are in a dire state with public transport. We've had this main core route of 110 practically cut in half. A lot of residents now have direct in, completely cut off as a village for most of the time. And then the 496 had the route to the Doncaster side of the route axed, and people in the southeast of the district have just as much a connection to places like Doncaster and Barnsley as they do with places like Wakefield. Since I was elected in May, I think most of the comments I get by residents is that buses are always late and they're always cancelled, and for the 21st century it's just not good enough. It's quite clear we have an unsustainable system, and we need a West Yorkshire approach to the problem. We need more funding to reinstate the routes we've lost. We need more funding to expand those core routes. We need to ensure that there's adequate early morning, evening and weekend routes. And we need a fully integrated system which matches bus routes
services and places of employment. There's still places now where people can't get any bus to where they were directed at all, or even for a connection. So I 100% support this motion, and we desperately need a bus network fit for this century. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Williamson. Councillor Hurley.
This is going to shock you. Oh, I said to Councillor Morley here once, I don't you run the buses, I did that. I didn't say it. I said to you that I didn't want you running the buses. And some little skip we had. But I went on a bus the other day for the first time in decades. I can't remember how long. I really couldn't. And it was actually the one that runs from one station to the other, because I put my car allowed on the train all over and I ended up. So I had to get on this bus. Well, I did get on this bus. You know, it was great, fine. But my job here is to serve the people of Ossett who rely on buses. And I don't rely on buses, but there are a lot of people who do. And to that end, I wrote to Arriva when we had some issues with buses on behalf of Nick and Angela, when Angela was here, and they didn't even bother to answer. Right? And from all three councillors, they didn't even bother to answer. And that, to me, tells me all I need to know. They didn't care, even when I followed it up, they didn't follow it up, they didn't come back to me. And I just thought to myself, well, fair enough. I was in favour of privatising buses in 1986. I was wrong. Because that lot down there at Barnsley Road are an utter shambles. And I'll be supporting this motion. And I think that everybody in this room ought to, because you know, it's we're here to serve the people who rely on buses. And at the end of the day, you can't rely on them. I wouldn't rely on them. I'm glad I don't have to.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Khan.
Madam Mayor, the contribution of my fellow councillors emphasises that those services are in authority, and this is just goes to show that the failure of privatisation of public transport, the dogma has led high fares, unreliable service, service that doesn't meet the needs of residents. Speaking to my residents within my ward in Kirkthorpe, we have now a service that goes back terms for every hour. At times, even that doesn't turn up. And we've got residents on social media having to spot the bus. We've now had a bus for 2 or 3 hours, and it's now this service that doesn't turn up. And this is about people who need to get to doctor's surgeries, people who've got appointments, people who've got emergencies, people who need to get to work. So I will be supporting this motion, and it's very important that the sooner we have buses in public control, the better. Just on the point I think Councillor Harvey made, Tracy Braden at the West Yorkshire Mayor is obviously working on bringing buses back into public control, but you have to go through the process of franchising, which takes quite a few years. So I do support the motion, and hopefully we'll continue buying for better buses in Wakefield.
Thank you, Councillor Collins.
Yeah, thank you. I rise to support this motion as well. And I was around during deregulation in 1987, and it was absolute chaos. And I do want to say that since then, and you shared with us the salary you were on, which is below £10, and I think Councillor Williamson has confirmed that they're not on much more now. And that's why we get, you know, the 6:58 bus from Havercroft to Hemsworth cancelled because there's no drivers. Who wants to be up at that time, you know, driving a bus with all that responsibility and no salary? So I think that is another reason that we should be back in public ownership. We can all tell horror stories in here about the cessation of bus services, but probably not a lot of people. A couple of people will know that we have a bus 198 that goes from the top of Havercroft, and at the end of the lane is the train station, but you go all the way into Hemsworth to get to the train station, which is absolutely ludicrous. So yeah, I do support the motion. The sooner we come back into public ownership, the better, and the sooner that certainly the drivers and operatives get what they deserve in income, then the better, and I fully support this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Collins. Councillor Ahmed.
Yeah, just
in relation to the motion, I think it should have included, as Councillor Gert said, the railways. And if you look at the government's own reports, I think this was Great British Railways, Williams Shafts. It says there successive governments sort of balance of taxpayers bearing the cost of railways. I'm not going to read all of it. You should have read it before you did. But in the report, Grant Shafts admits, and I'm a bit surprised by this, that the model of privatisation for railways and buses has not worked. And that's what it says in the forward of the report on page, I think it's page 12, page 12 and 13, which means, in a way, it's an admission. It says successive government, that's a nice way of spreading the blame. But it really means that the current transport system, which includes railways and buses, is not working for residents in Wakefield. And most of us, I'm on the boundary road, so I think I'm on a good bus route. But when I see residents that are catching the bus from the top end of Kettlethorpe and having to go to Pinderfields Hospital, and they're telling me what the bus service is like, and we've been forced to take taxis and look at the medical expense, they have to go get medical treatment from Pinderfields. It means that there's something going wrong with the residents of Wakefield. I don't know what the issues are outside of South Ward, but I know that within South Ward, there's parts of the residents, particularly Kettlethorpe, that don't feel they're getting a fair bus service. So, like Councillor Homewood and others have said, sometimes you have to admit where things have gone wrong and say that the motion, I don't agree with all the motion, but I think overwhelmingly most of the motion is correct. And we need to speak up for the residents of Wakefield who don't have car access like I do and other people do, and having to rely on these buses to get to their jobs, to have medical treatment, and they're letting down people really badly. And I think we need to speak up for those people and address that issue as quickly as possible.
Thank you, Councillor. And Councillor Lilly.
I think that's the point though, isn't it? It's that they all say it was wrong, but basically prior to 1986, most local authorities gave enormous subsidies and were voted in by the local people because they agreed with the public service and they agreed with more people using buses and less cars on the road. And as a result, that subsidy meant that it was a really good system. After 1986, the whole problem was that the government at the time encouraged competition. So there was competition initially. In fact, there was, one bus overtaking another one for the first few months. And then they realised that, only one could be the monopoly because the others couldn't compete. So they lost the competition, so they could charge whatever they wanted. And we've now got a situation where the subsidy from councils cannot, because of our own financial problems, be as great. But in addition, what seems to come over is that the government keeps giving pockets of money that last 3 or 6 months to say, you can continue in its present ramshackle way for a bit longer. But there's no continuity, there's no sort of planning ahead. So the problem that we've got is, unlike what's been suggested that sort of it's Tracy's fault, is what we need is regular finance, proper finance to ensure that we have a proper transport system and that the staff are well paid. And unless she's provided with the monies, I can't see that that's ever going to significantly improve, even though I know she's committed to it. So I think what we should be arguing for, like we should in local government, is saying, if we want to be public, we want greener communities, we want people to have well-being, what we need is greater financing of these services.
Thank you, Councillor Lilly. Councillor Tennant.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I watched an interesting programme on the evening featuring Ben Elton, and he spoke about the shambles of privatisation. He came out with a very interesting fact that Viva is owned by the Italian government. So we're subsidising that company, we're subsidising our Italian friends. I support them.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Morley, as mover of the motion, you have the right of reply. In exercising your right of reply, may I remind you that no new matter can be introduced.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I thank everybody for contributions. It just goes to show how important public transport is, and I agree with the comments being made. The public should be in charge of public transport, not private individuals. If private individuals can run it successfully, then do it in London. It's no contemporary there. So let's give Yorkshire what London's got, a fit-for-purpose transport system. We all know the Yorkshire story, but it's £300 per population in London compared to 50, 60 odd pound per and a population in Yorkshire. It's not right, it's not fit for purpose. Councillor Harvey, obviously you've always got to have the dig when it comes to Tracy Graham. Tracy is looking over this, we should be running with this. We should go and try to balance a very fine line of going enhanced partnership and also franchising. And if it wasn't for the loopholes that your government was put in place, I'm sure we'd get there a lot quicker. It's interesting to note though that the West Yorkshire Combined Authority, your representatives on there voted against franchising. You may want to have a word with that why they were not supporting actually put public transport back into public control. So I think that's a question for yourself, not for Tracy. She's fighting her best to get a fit for purpose transport system. But Olivia Rowe makes a point quite right. We need additional funding. Fetching all back in house is not fetching the massive amount of doing this. We need more funding for public transport. So with that, I thank you for the contributions. I hope everybody votes in favour of the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Marler. Please show all those in favour of the motion. Please show those against the motion. Any abstentions? That is carried. Second motion is from Councillor Burt. Would you please move your motion to Council?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. When I first got to make a speech, you remember I told you I'd written a speech and then tried to read it back in 5 minutes and realised it had taken 3 days. So I wrote a speech this time, I just made some notes, so you might have to say sit down and shut your gob mouth. Okay, right. First of all, I'd like to say that it's a privilege to move this motion, but I don't feel that I'm in any way special. It's just that the request to move this motion dropped in my email inbox. I'm positive that any member within this chamber, had it dropped in their inbox, would have moved the motion as well. So, 52,000 men are diagnosed with prostate cancer each year. That's 1,000 a week, or 143 men per day. Now, when I got this in the email, I did think, well, why has this never been brought forward before? And I had to think about it and think why, and I think us men, it's us that's the problem. Because we don't talk, do we? You know, first of all, we're British, you know, stick up the lip and all that, and let's not discuss anything that might show any weakness. You know, and then second is manly man men, aren't we, you know? Definitely can't show any weakness. You imagine it, you know, what, you can't hold your own weight? Makes you feel weak, doesn't it? So we don't talk about it. Women are different, aren't you? If you look at the adverts on the telly, I was watching one the other day about 10 lady pants. I'm sure there's other products available. And it finishes up with her doing the downward dog, saying, I'm letting it all flow out. You know, can you imagine men doing that? And that's probably why this subject has never been raised before. So I'm privileged to raise it. When it comes to cost, this, I don't think it's going to be very expensive. I know council speakers have done some research on that, so I'll let her speak on that. But there are occasions, aren't there, in life where you've just got to pay it because it needs doing. So the cost becomes irrelevant in a way. And I think this is one of those occasions, you know, and it's not just prostate cancer, it can be other afflictions. When my dad was alive, he died of non-Hodgkin's lymphoma. and towards the end he lost control of his bladder. And he wouldn't leave the house for fear of wetting himself. You know, we've got to give men the dignity back, haven't we? It's something that should have been done years ago. It's probably all those men's fault because we refuse to speak about it. Let's put it right. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Is this motion seconded? Councillor Speak, in seconding the motion, do you wish to formally speak now or reserve your right to speak until later in the debate? I'll speak now. Thank you.
When Councillor Peter Gert said he was moving this motion, I was more than happy to second it. My initial thought was, such a big issue overlooked in our society. 1 in 8 men get prostate cancer, and 1 in 3 men over 65 are estimated to have an incontinence problem. From my own experience within our local community centre, I know the hardest residents and users to express concerns or even talk about their problems are men. This is our opportunity to correct the overlook in society. By providing sanitary bins, we will help those who suffer with anxiety, stress and embarrassment. Also those who fear using public toilets due to not having the access they need to dispose of their used sanitary items. I constantly look at ways to help people not becoming isolated in their own homes within my job. I now feel, after this has been brought to my attention, that it may well be one of the causes many men stay at home and are reluctant to join in with social and physical activities. I have some costings to supply an extra sanitary bin in the community centre in our ward. To my surprise, the quote is only £24 per year to provide this facility. So with some negotiation with the contracts within the council, it will be very little cost to provide the service throughout the whole of the district. Expanding the inclusive and accessibility credentials while giving back freedom to people who suffer in silence every day. Therefore, I formally second this motion and ask the members to give their support to Councillor Peter.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor. Does any member wish to speak on the motion? May I remind members that speeches must be directed to the question under discussion or to a personal explanation or point of order. Councillor Keith.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. This is a problem caused by disposal of products, and it could be a plumbing problem because it blocks the drains disposing of these products. But incontinent problems is a unisex one, it's not just a male one. In fact, it involves babies, and people wanting to change babies and disposing of them down the storage waste pipe that blocks it. I'm totally in support of this because a colleague and a big friend of mine from the North East just been diagnosed with prostate cancer, and we don't bring it to the fore as much as we don't accept that. But my concern is it's not just about the disposal of the products that we use, it's the accessibility of toilets, it's the accessibility of particularly public toilets that concerns me in these cases as well. So we've got that issue. It's all right saying we need to make those toilets fit for the modern day, and we put bins inside of them and we do things like this. It's no good putting bins inside of it if it goes on. So I think we've got a concern on that, but I will be supporting this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Keith. Councillor Hemingway.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, I just want to thank Councillor Gill for bringing this motion. I think it's a good example of a non-political motion where you're raising a really important matter that hopefully members across the chamber will be supportive of. I think there is a stigma with men talking about health problems. I think having men's charity this year is partly about that. And we need to get more men discussing and being open about health problems so we can get support and access that. And this is about restoring dignity for people that might otherwise not want to leave the home, feel ashamed of the problem that shouldn't be here. So I'll be supporting this motion. Thank you for it.
Thank you, Councillor Hemingway. Councillor Tennant King.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I too will be supporting this motion, but can I just say, let's not forget there's people with these stover bags as well, and the sanitary bins need to be in male toilets as well as female toilets because they need to get, if they have an accident and the back burst, things like that, they've got to get rid of the waste somehow. But it's just a question that in the costings you did you figure into that the costings of actually emptying the bins on a regular basis? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Senator. Councillor Rowley.
I just wanted to say, I think it's very political, unlike Jack. I think I was a councillor long ago when we had public toilets and they were staffed. And now, as part of the cuts, we don't have those. So consequently, there's less opportunity to have these containers because there's less public toilets. And the problem is, for example, if you're a woman that's pregnant or has small children, I can tell you that it's quite desperate to get to the loo urgently. So I inquired recently in Ossett where the nearest public toilet was, and the town hall was having works done to it, and somebody said the pub across the road has a disabled toilet, and apparently the arrangement was, when it got its licence, was that the public could use the disabled toilet. But you had to negotiate through a whole crowd of drunks, dare I say, to get to the disabled toilet. And I think it's a real issue. But if we support this resolution, which I will be voting for it, we have to bear in mind that the consequences are that we should be asking people that have toilets in their buildings to make them more accessible, and we should be looking at more public conveniences.
Thank you, Councillor Rowley. Councillor Rhodes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I supported the resolution fully and totally understand the situation. I brought this issue many, many years ago, discussion with a group of doctors, and at that particular time, it wasn't seen as a big issue. And at the same time, there was this understanding that Peter has mentioned to is that, well, men don't have anything, they don't say anything about it. But, over the years, the problem has been that if somebody has gone to the doctors, they've called it an overactive bladder. And you've been told you've got an overactive bladder. Now, I know this has happened to some people. And that, as far as it went, it didn't go any further than the examination process, etc., to identify what the reason was. And like Olivia, I think we've got to look at this, we'll all support it, but I'm always considering, well, when we supported it here, where does it go? It can't just stop here with us. And I think this is something that perhaps, in terms of the council promoting this as an issue across the district, it would be wise after today if we could get some more mileage on it and agree the resolution as to where it should go, and the officers of the appropriate bodies here to look into it. And I would consider as well that perhaps Maureen in the Health and Wellbeing Board might announce to the Health and Wellbeing Board of the people that sit on there that the council has fully supported this resolution today of the situation in prostate cancer, because otherwise it's great, it mustn't stop here. I suggest it's got to go somewhere else, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Rhodes. Councillor Homewood.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Following on from what Councillor Rhodes said, there are. When the town hall was closed, there are no toilets, publicly available toilets in Ossett. Yeah, we've just built a load of accommodation for elderly people, which the council have picked up a bucket load of some money on. And all those people are going to go into Ossett, and they're all elderly people, and they're going to have that sort of problem. And, there's no public toilet when the town was closed. That's it, I'm afraid. And so, end of the day, the council's had money from that building project, then perhaps they should invest in on some, I realise there's problems with public toilets, but, it's something they should probably invest in. I mean, you can't have it both ways, can you?
Thank you, Councillor Ahmed.
But I think said that, and most of us agree with the motion. I think obviously there hasn't been any amendments to take into consideration of that and other aspects. I think it's quite clear what the actions are in the motion, and it allows the council's officers to deal with the issues and also hopefully bring on other boards. It's a national campaign. It's a very good motion, and I think, having spoken to some of the members in the past, I agree with you that men overwhelmingly, particularly our father's generation, was not admit these issues and carry on. And so it's probably being hidden away because of that. I think it's important that you brought it forward and we address the issue. If there are other ways of addressing it, then people should come forward with appropriate amendments. And, we'll look at them and consider those as well.
Thank you, Councillor Howard. Councillor Burt has moved up the motion you have the right to reply. In exercising your right to reply, may I remind you, no new matter can be introduced.
Thank you. I don't really think I've got all else to say. I think it's all been covered, other than to confirm that with the costings of it being an extra £24 per year for the community centre, that is included taking it away. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Burt. Please show all those in favour of the motion. All those against the motion? Any abstentions? That is carried. The third motion is from Councillor Medford. Would you please move your motion to Council?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This council knows the bedroom tax or under occupancy penalty has had harmful impacts, disproportionately affecting vulnerable individuals and families on low incomes across the Wakefield district. Research by the Trussell Trust has shown that it exacerbates financial hardships, leading to increased reliance on food banks. A 2019 Social Metrics Commission study, chaired by a Conservative peer, said that it was one of the policies introduced by the Conservatives post-2010 that has led 7 million people, including 2.3 million children, into persistent poverty. 10 years ago this month, on the 20th of June 2013, the Council passed a motion against the bedroom tax, and in the decades since, the government has failed to abolish it, despite the evidence of its harmful impacts. The cost of living crisis has increased the necessity for the abolition of the unjust bedroom tax. This council further notes that the bedroom tax is unjust and has contributed to increasing inequality in our society. It undermines the financial stability of low-income individuals and families, pushing them into poverty and increasing their reliance on food banks, which should not be necessary in modern-day Britain. The immediate repeal of the bedroom tax would help struggling people and hard-pressed families across the Wakefield district and in our poorest communities, resulting in them being better able to keep up with their day-to-day bills. This council resolves to write to Jeremy Hunt, Chancellor of the Exchequer, expressing the council's opposition to the continued existence of the bedroom tax, and calls for the repealing of the relevant provisions in the Welfare Reform Act 2012. The bedroom tax is an issue close to my heart. 10 years ago, when it was brought in by the Conservative government, I was working as a benefit and debt specialist for Citizens Advice, and I was tasked to collect evidence on why the need of food banks had so drastically increased. We couldn't understand it at the time. It was a new phenomenon lowest amount we were supposed to survive on, were suddenly having to pay 14% towards the rent, or 25%, depending on whether they had one spare room or more. People couldn't eat and pay their rent. When we were doing financial statements in court for people, it was impossible to find money available to put towards rent. This was something we actually hadn't seen before as a result of the government policy. There were no small properties available for people to move into. This was certainly reflected in my current ward of Normanton. People were thrown into a hardship and debt, unable to pay the food or the bills. We saw declines in health, in well-being and in social relationships. Despite 10 years of negative evidence that we've now collected against the bedroom tax, despite the lack of smaller properties being available, despite the cost of living crisis, the Conservative government refuses to abolish the bedroom tax. This council calls for repealing of the bedroom tax to lift the burden and detrimental effects on our individuals and hard-pressed families across the Wakefield district. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Medford. Is the motion seconded?
Second motion, Madam Mayor.
Councillor Wallace, in seconding the motion, do you wish to formally speak now or reserve your right to speak until later in the debate?
I'll speak now, Madam Mayor. 2013, when the bedroom tax was quite rightly renamed Carl, the key word was austerity. 10 years later, 2023, it still exists. And the key phrase what we're using is the cost of living crisis. The bedroom tax, when there's a cost of living crisis, is not brought together. But even in 2013, when this tax was introduced, it was immediately and widely condemned. We were not the only council who opposed it being a council to show that we opposed it. There were many councils and many other bodies who opposed it at that time, and yet it is still with us. 6 years after it was introduced, the United Nations sent an envoy to look at poverty, the human rights movement, to look at poverty in this country. He found 20% living in poverty, 40% children living in poverty. And one of the main causes was the austerity program of the government at the day then. It was freeze on benefits, a limit to child support, 2 children cap on benefits, local allowance housing, limits frozen, and a 5-week delay in claiming universal credit. Now, a couple of them has been tackled. The bedroom tax, which is one of them, has not. I'm trying to think of the name of the report that was mentioned by Julie. But that commission, the name of the commission, that actually found that the bedroom tax itself, as it came in, increased the number of full passes issued by the trust. But for most of the households, the incomes what they received were claiming this. The bedroom tax was increasing the housing cost to such an extent that it was taking up most of their income, and it still exists today. So, case is strong, even stronger now than what it was 10 years ago. We should get rid of this tax. I support the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Wallace. Does any member wish to speak on the motion? May I remind members that speeches must be directed to the question under discussion or to a personal explanation or a point of order, and no speech must exceed 5 minutes. Councillor Williamson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I will represent the
why this is even a thing. It makes me ask myself again, why does government bring something in that puts those in poverty even more? It's just quite clueless, and it bamboozles me as well as all of you. Again, why this is even a thing. But I'd also just like to thank and commemorate Councillor Method on everything she's done in the past, present and the future on this subject. Obviously, for me, myself and some others, it would hit home. Thank you.
Councillor Ahmed.
In terms of the motion, I mean, obviously the concerns that you've raised were originally, I think this motion was March 2013 by Councillor Hemingway, and it was raised an issue then with, and I think it's pretty much the motion asked similar, it asked exactly the same question. So I don't understand why it's being brought forward again with the same outcome, because the outcome was agreed by the council in 2013, which was to ask for whatever you pretty much asked for in the motion in there to generate, or you can, it just says to withdraw it, so it's a repeat of a motion. Now, had it included what, that's what it says, isn't it? So it's a motion that's been accepted, Councillor Williamson. If it had included that actually there's a lack of housing, big, small and medium, that's a fact. That's the reality. If it said that, we should encourage more social housing, building projects, or the current Labour policy would get rid of it, which it didn't say, does it? So the current Labour policies does not include removing that. So there's nothing new or material to add to what was 2013 that was said. So the council's already approved a motion which asks for the, whatever you want to call it, the spare room subsidy or whatever it's called, or the bedroom tax or whatever it's called. It's a repeat of a motion that's previously come to the council, and it really needed additional information on there to say that the impact on Wakefield was. There's so many properties in Wakefield that were affected by this. So 16% of people had to leave their house. We haven't got additional information to make it. I think it really needed, and I'm not saying I'm against the motion or anything like that, it needed additional information. So the Wakefield residents from 2013, how many people were impacted by this proposal? What were the financial implications, which I think is information that should be available. If that was present in the motion, then we could discuss new information and say that over 50%, say for example, of Wakefield residents had to give up their property or etc. on there. What was the impact of Wakefield people? And given the time period that's lapsed, that information should be available and should have been included in the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Ahmed. Councillor Swain.
Quickly at this time of evening, Madam Mayor, but making a general point following what Councillor Ahmed has just said, and I think that is that when we do actually carry motions about very important things, that there is a bit of a tendency for us all to kind of say things and all feel good about it, and not really an awful lot actually following on. And I think what, if I can not misrepresent the truth, I think what Councillor Ahmed is saying is that really the resources of the council should actually be employed to actively pursue it, in conjunction with other councils, to actively pursuing these matters, rather than just a quick letter that gets sent off that we know won't get anywhere. Thanks, Madam Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor Marley.
Just a quick point, Madam Mayor. Councillor was so upset about it. Why did his group, call it a group, his group look members?
Thank you, Councillor Marley. Councillor Homewood.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My thing with this is that I kind of understand why they did it, but all these people sit down in Westminster, it's just all these houses that they can just swap people around like a Rubik's Cube, and it's nonsense. And it falls to be nonsense every time you try and do it. But the worst thing of it I've seen is a lady who lived in a house, her kids went off to university and elsewhere and got married and all the rest of it. She ended up moving, but it destroyed all the support network which she was put up aware where she always lived. And that's why it doesn't work. And, at the end of the day, I mean, I kind of understand why they did it, but You know, Parliament's a place where good ideas come in one end and crap ideas come out the other end. That's what happens, right? They lash you around and send you into little committees and paint you different colours. And it's rubbish when it comes out, right? And this is a rubbish idea, because the implementation of it has drastic effects on the people it affects.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Medford has moved through a motion. You have the right to reply. In exercising your right to reply, may I remind you that no new matter can be introduced.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you everyone for your comments. I would say that it is relevant to bring this motion again now. Back in 2013, we could guess what the effects would be on individuals. We now have 10 years of evidence. 10 years of evidence from this council, 10 years of evidence from the Trussell Trust, 10 years of evidence from the Citizens Advice, etc. I personally have witnessed people thrown out of their homes because of the bedroom tax. I've had 32 years as an advisor. I have never ever seen a change in legislation to do with housing benefit affect people so badly. People I live alongside. And we mustn't forget it. I've raised this with our shadow minister for housing in the past couple of years. I've raised it several times. And my biggest fear is that we did make this tremendous fuss when this was brought in 2013, but it's become accepted. Even among advisors now, I see it as almost being accepted as one of the rules that's in there that we have to abide by. But we don't. We can still call for this to be abolished, for this to be repealed. And that's why it was so important to bring this motion on the 10-year anniversary. Thank you, everyone.
Please show all those in favour of the motion. Please show those against the motion. Any abstentions? That is carried.
Full democracy, comrades.
Please can I remind members that this meeting finishes at 6. So we have got approximately 15 minutes on the next motion and then the meeting will have to close at 6. The final, Councillor Shaw.
Apologies from Councillor Foster, he's had to leave the meeting.
Thank you, Councillor Shaw. The final motion is from Councillor Harvey. Would you please move your motion to council?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Madam Mayor, on the 8th of June, Barnsley Council won the prestigious LGC Award for Best Council of the Year 2023. I'd like to start by saying a big congratulations to our South Yorkshire League neighbours. Despite the success of other contenders, particularly Salford, Cornwall Council, Barnsley well and truly deserved the victory. On top of that, last Friday, BBC News reader Hugh Edwards also announced them as this year's MJ Awards Local Authority of the Year. Barnsley Council and its leadership ought to be extremely proud of what they have accomplished in the last few years. Anyone who's seen the town centre before and after its remarkable rejuvenation would agree that this is truly a place of possibilities. The incredible achievement of our neighbouring council are yet another striking example of what can be achieved at a local level, and a very painful and embarrassing reminder for us here in this chamber of what has been done in Wakefield. This is very much a tale of two cities, except for the fact that Barnsley still doesn't even have city status. With its new shopping centres, thriving market, superb range of entertainment facilities and all the modern infrastructure it now has, Barnsley is almost unrecognisable from what it was just a decade or so ago. Its buzzing high streets have bucking the national trend with a recent survey showing that 76% of their shops are surviving beyond their third birthday. The town centre ranked 6th in entire UK for its post-pandemic recovery of footfall and spending. Modernising the market and allowing new developments like the library and grassworks to be built have undoubtedly had a big impact on commercial activity. This tremendous regeneration has led to several new jobs being created in an area where unemployment has long been a major issue. It serves as a glowing example of responsible budgeting, sound investment strategies, and clever urban planning. According to their 2022-2023 statement of accounts, Barnsley Council now is sitting on reserve of £500 million. They also made massive strides in the improvement of public health by setting up NHS screening centre in the town centre. Once upon a time, Wakefield had everything going for it too. In some ways, our city centre was leaps and bounds ahead of not just Barnsley, but most other towns and cities across the region, including Harrogate. We had a great market, modern leisure facilities, a bustling high street, and many other assets that attracted people from all over the north. I am not here, Madam Mayor, to point out the failures of this council or many unfulfilled potentials. I've lived and worked in this city for almost 3 decades, and I'm incredibly proud of this great city's heritage and its people. However, colleagues, you can take a look at what has happened in Barnsley and draw your own conclusion. I know how the people in Wakefield feel. They felt they've been badly let down by this council. The purpose of this motion is to give the people of Wakefield the answer they deserve and the long-awaited improvements to their standard of living. Today, we have discussed amendments to our Constitution. May I remind everyone that under Article 1.7, concerning monitoring and the review of Constitution by the monitoring officer, point B dictates that the Council should compare practices in the authority with those in other comparable authorities or national examples of best practice. Fortunately, Madam Mayor, we are only a stone's throw away from Barnsley for us to take stock. I urge the Council Chamber to pass this motion. We request that leader of this Council to set up a meeting with the leadership of Barnsley Council, then establish a cross-party steering group to come up with solid improvement plans. The Council owes it to the people of Wakefield to seek better growth strategy. Madam Mayor, let's learn from our neighbours and bring that positive energy back to the street of Wakefield. If not now, when? With the above, I commend this motion to the full Council for consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. Is the motion seconded?
I rise to second this motion. And I understand that I've been given the graveyard shift and the role.
Councillor Means is seconding the motion.
Yes.
Do you wish to formally speak now, which is due, or do you reserve the right to speak until later in the debate?
No, I'll speak now because I understand I've been given the graveyard shift and I don't want to leave it any later. I hope that the party opposite take this matter seriously. If they ever truly seek to learn the important lessons as how we can all do better. Council officers work hard and must be commended for what they do all year round. This motion addresses the political and leadership of this authority, and it's these issues where Wakefield is found wanting. A council must have the right policies and strong leadership to deliver on projects that really matter to the local residents. We could only dream that Wakefield would be spoken of as creating a new economic future for residents, transforming our town centre and supporting and enabling communities to do things that we wouldn't have thought possible. This motion provides the critical challenge that is so important if we're ever to lift Wakefield up and to give it at least a fighting chance to be spoken of in such glowing terms. Madam Mayor, sadly we are a long way off, but perhaps today we can begin down that path, the path of progress and improvement. It's a true indictment of Wakefield that Barnsley's town centre is thriving, with its footfall a third higher than before the pandemic, attracting shoppers and visitors not only from Barnsley but other authorities, especially Wakefield. Only this week, on Monday, the least busiest day in the town centre, I paid a particular visit to Barnsley to see for myself and noted that the indoor fish, meat and fruit market were absolutely thriving. I spoke to storeholders and they were more than happy with the circumstances they were trading under. A proactive leadership and a visionary decision-making can make differences. I really hope that Labour take this timely opportunity to support this motion and work collaboratively with officers and councillors from Barnsley to see how we can act and think more proactively about how we can improve our district and our towns and city centre as they desperately need us to step up to the plate and get things done. Today we can start to turn things around if the party opposite has a political will to help Wakefield to succeed. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Does any member wish to speak on the motion? May I remind members that speeches must be directed at a question under discussion or to a personal explanation or a point of order. And I know this, I always say speeches must not exceed 5 minutes. We've got 9 people and we've got 10 minutes and I've got a list. I've got a list already. So, Councillor Jeffrey.
When I first saw this motion, I thought it was a joke. And then I realised its total lack of understanding about what the local government awards are all about. It's a competition. You go put yourself forward to enter it or you don't. Last year we put ourselves forward for children's services and we won the award. This year we chose not to put anything forward. I congratulate Barnsley on what they do. Barnsley is a small town centre and they've done marvellous regeneration. But when you look at the towns around Barnsley, they're not regenerated. What we've got in this Wakefield, we've got 1 city and 10 towns, and we try to spend our regeneration funding across the district. We can't just support 1 city. We have to look at all the areas. This is the 5th year in a row that a Labour-run council has got this award. It just reinforces that Labour is clearly better at getting the job done than Conservatives. I'm not sure, as I say, Councillor Harvey, that you understand what the awards are, but I've mentioned that. Winning an award is a great accolade, but it's not a performance measure or inspection judgment. The fact that a council didn't choose to enter for an award doesn't mean it has discrepancies or failings. To suggest that is just plain ridiculous. Really, Councillor Harvey, it's hardly a discrepancy that we choose not to enter an award. Learning from other councils is part and parcel of what we do on a daily basis. It's sensible and good practice. Myself and Councillor Graham and officers are already in contact with Barnsley, particularly around the regeneration activity, and we work with other councils all the time, like they do with us. We were the first to build a shopping centre in Wakefield, and we saved Trinity Walk when it floundered, the same as Barnsley did. They put all their funding and put their own finances at risk to support the shopping centre that was failing. So they've only actually followed what Wakefield did a few years ago. Wakefield has been chosen as the lead authority in Yorkshire for expert partnerships with children. It's all about what each other can learn from the others, and I ask all of you to just reject this stupid motion and quite insulting.
Thank you, Councillor Jeffrey. Councillor Hemingway.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, like Lily said, congratulations to Barnsley on their fantastic result. We're proud of our Yorkshire neighbours and another Labour authority for winning this award. Although not perhaps as proud as Councillor Harvey, who sounds like she might have joined the Barnsley Tourist Board, given her remarks earlier. But I must say, Councillor Harvey's motion draws a bizarre conclusion that if you don't win the national highest award, that you're somehow failing as an authority. And this is a motion of even less substance than its paltry 3 sentences would suggest. One that ignores obvious facts and evidence to the contrary. So let's introduce some facts into this debate, shall we? Wakefield is a high-performing, well-run council with excellent officers and members, and we've the accolades to prove it. Last year we were shortlisted for, wait for it, Council of the Year by APSI. We also won an award at APSI for Best Community Neighbourhood Initiative. We've been shortlisted for the Big Conversation for an LGC award this year. There are many other areas where we're ahead of the game as an authority, including climate change, where despite regional authorities and global authorities being ranked D on the CDP rankings or C, we're ranked A- for amongst the best performing organisations outstanding status. But you know what the biggest award is that we've won recently? It's the continued support that people of this district. In May, residents took a long, hard look at the people opposite the Tory benches there, and they concluded that they were the ones that were failing. You lost seats in your heartlands. We gained 4 seats, which is a massive vote of confidence from the people of Wakefield district. We gained Wakefield Rural, we gained Wakefield South seats we haven't won since 1995. That's the accolade that we're proud of. We're not a group like you that's shrinking from defeat to defection. There's 3 of you left in the chamber at the moment. It's just absolutely ridiculous. This is a motion that distracts from your own inadequacies as a group and as a party. And before you come to this chamber criticising the officers and members of this authority and working hard for the people of this district, perhaps you ought to show some humility and reflect on your performance and the confidence that the people of this district obviously don't have in you. I'll be opposing the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
No, Councillor Jones, it's Councillor Tully.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I mean, I just follow what Councillor May just said, pathetic, quite. And I would say this with a gracious respect to Councillor Harvey. Next time we book that planning bus to one of us ride around the community, let's ask drivers to take us to South Yorkshire. Yeah. And go for a ride through Thurnscote. And go for a ride through Golthorpe. Yeah. And you can go full length to Golthorpe from one end of town to Dublin, there is the shop home and this is Saturday morning. And Thurnscote is exactly the same. So while I accept there might well be some element of development within the city centre, the outlying areas have been left to rot. And I mean that, and it's a disgrace to that Labour government that's been allowed to happen. Shafton, Cudworth, Goldthorpe, Thurnscote, Ickleton, and you can go west as well. You've got to go to the other side, go right to the other side as far as Penistone, where people have been left behind. So I find it insulting in actual fact that you can come along here today and try to suggest that they will it's all right and we ought to take a leave out of our so as I said, let's make some arrangement to divert that planning bus next time it goes. And we'll have a run it, but Councillor May just pointed it out. When it comes to who runs this council and who represents the people of this community, it's democracy that's in place and it's called ballot box. And that result was quite clear in May a few weeks ago. The seats you were defending you lost. And I can't wait for next year to lose a few more, take a few more on you as well. And you can see by like has been said, with the rising man that's left in it, I want to show the group, I'm addressing all the rest of the group that's sat at the very front. But it's poor resolution to be wasting people's time at 5 to 6 on a Wednesday night. And I would ask this council chamber to reject it and treat it with the contempt it deserves.
Madam Mayor, can we ask the standing orders to be suspended to hear the rest of the debate?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. So that's a motion to suspend Council Procedure Rule 2.5 for the remainder of this meeting so that the debate can continue past 6 p.m. We could have a debate on that, but we might just want to take it to the vote.
Shall we take, I'll take that straight to the vote to extend. So
Point of order.
Point of order.
I actually should be invited to actually wrap up the motion.
Councillor Harvey, with permission, Madam. Councillor Harvey, what we're doing now is extending the debate so it can continue and then you can exercise your right of reply. Should that not pass, the effect of that will be at 6 p.m. and there we'll put the matter to the vote and nobody else will be able to speak.
The motion to extend the meeting. All in favour? That's carried. We'll extend it until the debate has finished. Councillor Gert.
Yeah. When I read this motion, I didn't really understand anything what it was about. I thought there must be some sort of league table. You know, I'm a new councillor, you know, I thought, oh, this local government awards, it must happen every year and every council automatically gets entered into it and there must be a league table. So I went on Google looking for the league table to see where we were. And of course I couldn't find it. So then I phoned Denise and I said, what's this local government thing? He said, you have to enter it. We can't be held to account on a competition that we haven't entered. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't. And I'm all for holding you to account. I'm all for criticising you. It's got to be constructive criticism. If you're doing something wrong, I'll stand up and I'll say you've got that wrong. You know? And I might point you in the right direction. For example, I don't think this council is doing enough on enforcement. Whether it be parking, whether it be environmental, whatever, we're not doing enough on enforcement. And I'd say to Denise, go speak to Bradford, go speak to Leeds, even go speak to Scunthorpe. It's all doing better. It's constructive, and it's giving you, just to have a blanket thing. Well, Barnsley's done wonderful because they've entered this, they've won this competition that we didn't enter. It doesn't make any sense. So I'm afraid I can't support this much.
Thank you, Councillor Pickersgill.
Thank you, Madam. I was going to go through quite a few points. I worked into Barnsley for about 10 years about the differences, but I think Councillor Jeffrey and Councillor Hemingway addressed most of what I'm going to say. The one thing I would say is about some discussion about what happened on the 4th of May. And I would say if any group in this chamber needs to go away and learn from others, I suspect it's the Conservative group, because they lost all those seats and they can't even keep the members that they've got. So I have to say, please, yourselves go away, talk to colleagues. This council could actually do with quality opposition to what we're doing. Opposition is important to democracy, and when, as in my ward, the opposition party doesn't even put a leaflet out in the election campaigns, it's not good for democracy. So I think yourselves as a Conservative group should be going away to learn from others. That would bring benefit to the council. I so hope it's one much.
Thank you, Councillor Pickersgill. Councillor Akbar.
I'd like to think I'm quality in the opposition. Anyway, on the motion, I spent a lot of time in Barnsley. I was there yesterday actually. It's lovely, it's had lots of upgrades and regeneration through the years, but I know where I'd rather be. I'd rather be in Wakefield. To compare Barnsley to Wakefield, that the accolades, the awards doesn't say anything. I think we do brilliantly as a council. We raise issues, and as Councillor Kirk said, it's constructive criticism. Nonetheless, I don't think we need to learn from them. I think we're doing a great job. And as much as we all have our differences, I think it's embarrassing that our leader or us as a council need to go to another council saying, oh, you won an award, will you give us some advice? I think we're leading the way. So I'm against that, and I'm against the motion, and I'm going to need to leave because I need to pick my kid up if that's okay, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Akbar. Councillor Swift.
Waived, Chair.
Councillor Jones.
I'd like to congratulate the Labour and Barnsley Council on achieving this award, but I do hope that they cut the grass on the boundary between Braley and Hemsworth, because I've been asking for that for quite some time now. I will not be supporting this motion attacking the leader of our council for an award we did not even enter for, which saw 1,000 entries across the United Kingdom where there can only be one winner. The two paragraphs of the motion submitted to the council by the Conservative group are substantiated, wide-sweeping, not evidence-based, nor do they offer any facts to back up their claim of discrepancies. How is this even measurable from a small town to a city with 10 towns? Would the Conservative group bring this motion against their Conservative-run councils who also didn't win this award? I think not. I find it absolutely incredulous that whilst this country is in the grip of a severe cost of living crisis, with the Conservative government response to being described by Martin Lewis as a national act of harm and the explosion of a ticking time bomb to describe the soaring energy and water costs and the mortgage rate and subsequent rent rises, putting residents at risk of losing their homes, that this political point-scoring exercise has been submitted when this council is striving to protect our in the future, many of which you could have brought here today. For example, Councillor Ahmed's concerns about council houses. This Conservative group is showing they're out of ideas, they're out of touch, they're almost out of councillors, and hopefully soon out of power.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I saw this and I thought this is nothing to do with. It's just a way of having a council, for the councils. It's also having Tory councils as well, because they didn't win it. It was a Labour council that won it. Now the Local Government Chronicle Awards is set up, and it's an invitation for councils to show off what they're doing, not only in the general area, but there's also different specific areas as well. What amazed me is that you never mentioned in your resolution the times when Wakefield has actually won or been shortlisted on these awards, and it has. But there has to be one winner. It doesn't mean to say, as you're trying to imply in this resolution, that if you don't win it, you're somehow bad and you somehow have to learn. No, it doesn't mean that. I saw a video on the bank's website when I read that won the award. There was a video on it showcasing Barnsley. You know what? Every bit of that video what I saw, I thought we could do the same at Wakefield. We could produce the same video showing how good Wakefield is, and every image on that video would be the same as Barnsley one. I do congratulate Barnsley on winning the award, but what I would say is just because we haven't won it, or we never even put in it, never wanted to nominate it, doesn't mean to say that we wouldn't win it if we had. And the idea of the award is that other councils can then look at what the winners got in all the categories and can see the reasons why they were awarded that, why they won the award, so that they could learn lessons from that, but not to instruct council leaders to make urgent inquiries as to the reasons why they do it. I can see councils all over the land every year these LDC awards saying, right, let's urge our council leaders to make urgent inquiries as to why they win it. The core award is going to be inundated with requests. It's not intended for that. It's a way for council, it's a positive way for council to show how well they're serving their people. And of course, at the end of the day, it's the votes that count, because they're the ones what are the real law.
Thank you, Councillor Wallace. Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This motion by Councillor Harvey left me scratching my head with confusion at first, to be fair. You can't compare Barnsley to Wakefield, because Barnsley isn't in the drag of a major planning by Leeds, which is 9 minutes away on that train, and that makes a lot of difference. And it's much more difficult to get from Barnsley to Sheffield, for example. So, at first sight, I just thought it was a ham-fisted attack on the council leader and the controlling group. But in reality, I think there's more to it. In truth, this is an attempt by Councillor Harvey to big up her profile while the Conservatives are in the process of selecting the candidate for the newly regional Wakefield seat, which has just about as much chance of winning as the former convict and monorail lover Imran Ahmed Khan has of becoming chairman of Rail Track. Rather than wasting this council's time with pointless attention-seeking motions in this chamber, Councillor Harvey's time would be better occupied in achieving her aims if she stopped pushing her colleagues on the passing buses and conspiring to damage anyone who gets in her way. And so as not to waste any more of the council's time, I'm content to let Councillor Harvey thank me for my invaluable advice later.
Councillor Harvey, as mover of the motion, you have the right of reply. In exercising your right of reply, may I remind you that no new matter can be introduced.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And thank you so much for my former colleague, Councillor Homewood, for your nice advice. I will keep that in mind. So, Madam Mayor, I feel startled the mentality of this council. So first is our briefs. So some councillors point out some failings or dark spots of Barnsley. And I never ever said Barnsley is Jerusalem, full of honey and milk. But it has achieved tremendously everything we have not achieved. Okay? So you can go through the psychological bereavement. You can deny, you can get angry, but the truth is that. Let me just clarify one thing. I don't want to bring the officers behind me over, but we have entered in this very prestigious award. We have been shortlisted for one of them, but we haven't won. Okay? So get your facts right to start with. The second point I want to talk about is a by-election. Sorry, it's a local election. So sorry to the people of Wakefield, I have lost my colleague. But however, I'm really proud of what you have done. We have got the lowest election turnout of the whole of the West Yorkshire Combined Authority. Your turnout is 24.95%. The people in Wakefield had enough of you. They don't want to come out and even mark your homework. Right. But that hasn't been discussed. Okay, so the council, Madam Mayor, by denying this motion, you are denying the people of Wakefield of hope and aspiration. The council sitting here time after time discussing national issues at the expense of local progress, okay? Which is what we are elected to do. The council has been following good money, have always been throwing good money after that, year after year. We're all the time passing the book by blaming the national government. And I can remind you, councillors here, you have not even filed properly, officially, your last 2 years' accounts. You have no any accountability.
Councillor Harvey,
okay.
That is another new matter. Please stick to the motion in question. No
okay.
matters
So
must be raised.
In my part of my ward, in Woolly Range, residents are very unhappy about what's going on. They go to Barnsley for shopping, they go to Barnsley for GPs, they go to Barnsley for the school, but they have no buses, they have no nothing, but if they pay the Wakefield tax.
Councillor Harvey, that is another new matter. Please stick to the motion. Please do not bring in any new matters in the motion. I did state that at the outset, and I made it clear. Please stick to the motion in question. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So, I am really gutted that you're in denial. All we wanted to have is a proper dialogue. If there's anything we can take stock, if anything we can come back to the people of Wakefield say why we have not done as well as, and you deny it. You deny the people of Wakefield to have an answer to get a better life. And you will see what will happen in social media tonight, and that will be what to look out. And also, for those of you, so long as there is at least one Conservative councillor here, change will come to the city, change will come to my people, and thank you very much for not to vote for this very, very pure, unpolitical motion to learn from other councillors.
Thank you, Councillor Harvey. Please show all those in favour of the motion. Please show those against the motion. Are there any abstentions? That is not carried. And that, colleagues, was the last item of the agenda. Thank you all. Thank you all for your attention.
Ladies and gentlemen, council members, please be upstanding. Whilst the...
You're doing too fast. I've not declared it closed. Everybody's doing. Thank you all for your attendance. Now I declare the meeting closed.